Here we go. Here we go. All
I'm
right. So
off.
let's see. I'm taking down the
Oh my God,
raw,
brace yourselves.
putting up
Brace
recording,
yourselves.
and here we go into the intro.
Uh-oh.
Guys,
All the
guys, come on. I'm
noise.
trying to start my show. Guys, no, come on. Stop. All right. That's it. I'm starting the show.
Damn it.
Ugh. This show is not for kids. This show is about chaos and talking over coffee. So let's get going. Call me the DarkTranny. All right, and we are back on a Thursday. Welcome, savages. Good morning, good morning.
Oh, on
During
a Thursday?
on a Thursday. This morning, I was replaying Axe Truth. Where did I put it? It's over here somewhere. I was replaying Axe Truth from yesterday. Axel and I sat down and did a kind of a PSA on the gender affirmation aspects of what's currently going on. It looks like Dylan Mulvaney, I'm dropping the link right there if you care to watch that. Dylan Mulvaney apparently went to the White House to go sit down with Joe. And uh, granted, there wasn't a huge turnout for the event. It didn't get a lot of viewers from social media. However, it brought a concern upon noticing this that there are policies being put in place, and I suspect there will be some executive orders regarding gender affirmation, and I am concerned because I wasn't ready for the acceleration of this movement, of this trans child push. I wasn't ready for it. I thought we'd have more time to build more of a sensible narrative to counteract the mainstream's promotion of giving children surgeries and drugs, hormones, and locking kids into perpetual pharmacology for the rest of their lives. And looks like the nitrous has been added to that tank on the progressive side, and they're about to move full steam ahead into creating laws which will remove the parent's ability to interact properly with the medical care of their children. It looks like doctors currently are being conditioned to listen to the child and not consider the parents' wishes. It looks like we're moving into medical tyranny from my point of view. And the time to be walking on eggshells regarding this topic, in my opinion, is over. It has been over for several years now. They're going for it. From my view, it looks like these people are going for it, and the it is promoting confusion in children regarding their image of who they are, not only by their gender expression, and when I say gender, I mean masculine, feminine, or neuter. The way I was brought up on gender, the way it's presented in languages, like the Romance languages, you have masculine, feminine, and neuter. This is my understanding of what gender is. Currently, gender is being conflated with feelings of what one imagines themselves to be, whether that be animal gender or demi something gender or whatever the hell is being promoted right now, where it has gone well beyond the biological possibilities and we're moving into a form of transhumanism, which we're going to get into over the next several days and weeks to follow, because it is not something which can be fully articulated within a a morning show or even on these extended, like the Thursday extended show. There's a lot we have to address and a lot we have to put together because they're going for it. Um, they're confusing our children with skin color, as we already covered the gender aspects. They're confusing children about the role of family, the role of parents. They're confusing children about the roles of the teachers within their schools. They're confusing children on the role of what a doctor is supposed to be and how they are to interact in society. They are promoting thoughts which, as adults, people who have grown up in a more or less healthy society, we've never had to address these straw man arguments which are being brought to us today, because we were brought up on foundations of discipline and of respect, and we knew boundaries, social boundaries. And we are going through a period right now where mainstream media and entities outside of our American culture are infecting the education systems and corrupting that which we knew to work, the systems in place which we have gone through wars to build and civil revolutions. Is that the right word? I believe the pain and struggle we have had to go through rectifying our our history and how we had already moved to correct for the future, and now we're being taken back to things which we've already addressed, whether it be racism, sexism, whether it be forms of feminism. What is masculinity? We're dealing with mainstream trying to remove the father figure from the home and the feminization of men, the removal of natural role models and replacing them with government prescribed role models. There's a lot going on all at once, not just in our nation, but in Canada, in Europe. I don't know so much about like what's happening in Mexico. I think that they're still pretty based. And the areas currently under communist rule, they're not teaching this to their societies. They've got their own set of problems, and the my vision is what I'm seeing is that they are trying to introduce communism in our cultures by eroding the foundations of what made us great nations. And
Yes.
we have to stop being quiet. Um, what I am hoping is throughout the community involvement, through this particular morning show, while we're having coffee, while we're discussing life and the world and our communities, is that we can construct arguments against the narrative being pushed on us. And that's my opening statement. I welcome everyone here. And good morning, savages. I'm going to make a request. I've never made this request before. I, as you guys know, Pastor Chatelet and I have a Twitter account now. And so I'm trying to make it a habit that not only do I promote this show, but I also promote other shows like 45-1 Actual, like Axe Truth. I try to also share when these streamers go live because I believe in their messages as well. I'm asking that if you feel so inclined, please promote this show along with 45-1 Actual, along with Axe Truth, along with Salty Cracker, along with whomever you find valuable to correcting the corruption which is being pushed on so many of us because we are the majority and we have something at stake here. And I've had a pretty fucking fantastic life. I want future generations to have a fucking fantastic life. But if we allow these people to silence us, our future generations are not going to have the opportunities we have had in our lives. We have to remove the lie. We have to expose the bullshit. We have to bring the truth forward. It is no longer time for us to be nice. We have to start talking loudly and effectively about the bullshit being pushed currently. Now, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Thursday.
Good morning.
Ah,
That was savage.
I'm going to try to carry that energy on through because we've got a lot of things to cover today. All right. So here we are, currently looking at the record housing starts no match for record migration levels. This is from October 26th. It's from a source called Numbers USA for lower immigration levels. Is it biased? Probably. But let's see what they have to say. September housing starts, record number of housing units under construction. Combined, there are 1.710 million units under construction. This is the all-time record number of units under construction. Now, where are these homes being constructed? Because that is important. Are we talking about in America? Are we talking about in Europe? This part, let's find out. It looks like the issue that has never led the conversation in the United States is a source of future housing demand. Immigration flows are virtually entirely responsible for U.S. population growth. Well, that would make sense, considering that we are a nation of immigrants. So, what's wrong with that statement? But while immigration is seldom mentioned when reporting is done on housing demand, population growth does not get mentioned over and over. This is a bit important when we look at our nation and we consider our housing. There is a misconception about immigrants is that they're all poor, that they have nothing when they arrive here. And that's not always the case. Their homes where they come from, we are being told that they are war-torn regions. There is war happening. This is true. We are told that they are asylum seekers. And that might be true. There are people who are seeking asylum. But that's not the entirety of what's happening here. What we're being told is that we need to house all these people as if they have nothing. And that's not true. Just because you come from a war-torn area, it doesn't mean you have no assets. It does not mean that you start with nothing. It does not mean that you need a handout when you get to the United States. My opinion on this is that there should be a background check. There most certainly should be a financial background check. If you're coming to our country, then you must prove that you have nothing before we invest in housing in a country where we currently have homeless people living in tents blocks away from the Capitol in Washington, D.C., just as an example. Have you seen Washington, D.C. lately? Have you seen what people are living in currently in major cities? Philadelphia, Minneapolis, Chicago, Washington, D.C., California, their cities. Have you noticed that we're not even taking care of our own people? We have housing, which is currently, and I could be wrong, but it looks like the housing bubble is about to burst again. We have corporations buying up whole neighborhoods, which used to be homes, which were owned by people who were trying to create generational wealth. They've lost their homes by blaming a pandemic, which never brought the numbers of death which were projected, but people lost their jobs if they didn't take a shot. Family members were pitted against each other, erosion of the family, medical tyranny, not being completely transparent on what was in the shots, and then threats from our own administration under Biden telling us that they were losing patience with the people, bribes, get a donut, take a mystery injection, or lose your job, lots of stress, schools closing, online learning, and parents who are made to work two jobs because people have been conditioned to want better, which we should want better. However, the methods which we were conditioned is to live on credit instead of having a disciplined financial system. We have, not everyone, but apparently enough people were conditioned that debt is a good thing. We had the mainstream media trying to tell us that inflation is a good thing. And now we have this migrant crisis continuing, and apparently that's accelerating. And we don't even have enough homes for the people who are currently in the United States, nor do we have the infrastructure to care for our own homeless. And we're being told that the people who are coming to this nation have nothing, and that's not true. Not in all cases. In a majority of the cases, and you can tell when they arrive, they're not in rags, they're in designer clothing. So, we're looking at a housing crisis. At the same time, pardon me?
For sure. You definitely have just gave great synopsis on two really pressing issues of our time.
Let's take a look at your topic from yesterday, right? That city they're building.
The Neome Project. Do you want me to pull up the Neome Project?
No, not necessarily. But let's
Okay.
look at the dynamic of housing. Okay?
Yes. Go
Very
on.
apparent here. Very apparent here where I'm at. Used to be you had houses. Houses were built. People lived in houses. They had big yards, neighborhoods, blah, blah, blah. It went from that to the cookie cutter house, the standard modern day subdivision, where every fucking house looks alike. Maybe 2 or 3 different houses. My neighborhood, for example. The new dynamic are apartment buildings. A lot of this new housing are multi-unit dwellings. Those multi-unit dwellings have started to evolve into a multi-unit dwelling with shopping and stuff on the first floor. basically you don't have to leave your complex. You can go downstairs, you can go to a restaurant, you can go to a bar, you can buy sundries, whatever you may need right there. It's evolving. It's going to evolve into that type of self-sustained, I wouldn't say self-sustained, but where you don't have to leave anywhere to get what you need.
Yeah, you don't need a car.
It's this push. It's this push to put everybody together, make them dependent, not have the knowledge to go out and do what you need to do. I mean, we went from farming to fucking grocery store every mile and a half.
It was about 20 years ago, I lived in St. Paul, Minnesota. I think it was about 20 years ago. I lived in a tower called the Gaultier Towers. Luxury. They had restaurants and nightclubs, movie theater, grocery store, several shops, offices in these towers. I was able to walk to my job through a skyway system. So in the winter, I never had to go on the street. And it seemed really posh. Well, something happened. There was a financial crisis. And suddenly the shops started closing. Now, mind you, I had been conditioned in this habit trail, living in these towers, that I never had to leave for anything. Well, we hit a financial crisis. Somewhere, it was around. Oh, let me see. It was around 2001. Shops started closing. Theater closed, grocery store closed, restaurants closed, nightclubs closed, offices emptied, and I was still walking back and forth to my job. But there was maybe a small like convenience shop, like, something like you would find at a gas station but without the gas. If you can imagine, like, what do they call it? A convenience store. There might have been like one of those, but all the indoor parks, which were in the Skyway system because they had indoor parks where you could go and hang out, those were locked off. So many businesses went out of business, and I don't exactly remember why so many businesses went out of business. We had a Dayton's, which became a Macy's, and then that closed. We had a whole food court which shut down. I think the only thing that was left in that food court was McDonald's. And suddenly, living in a habit trail was not at all attractive. And then the homeless people from the parks, which started popping up because I started noticing tents along the Mississippi. Well, it's cold outside, so they had to come somewhere, so they started coming in. And I have to question, what is the guarantee of these high dense residential commercial areas which offer no industry? They're missing the industry aspect, which means that you have to import your materials to maintain your infrastructure. By the time I left Gaultier Towers, it was in such a state of disrepair that when it rained, water would fall through these very beautiful skylights. I mean, it was living in Gaultier was like living in a paradise when it was functional. When it became dysfunctional, it became like living in squalor. And you could tell by the neighbors in the building stopped taking care of their units, and you could start picking up aromas coming out of people's apartments because it was depressing. Now, what is the guarantee that these projects, these smart cities, what is the guarantee that any of this will sustain if they can't even get it correct at a simple level?
Well, I think the motivation, anyways, to build all this stuff is to to borrow money. So we watched that one video about what China was doing with their real estate. So the main thing is let's get these billions of dollars. Let's take our 30% off the top. Let's build let's cut corners every which way we can. And then this once beautiful facade, once people start getting into it and really living in it, then it starts breaking down, and we're not putting any more money into it because we already made our 30% off the top and cut the corners and came under budget, or we were over budget or whatever, and we borrowed some money to finish the project. So we're moving from landlords to town lords, to country. I mean, in California, we got a state lord, and yeah, that's all I want to say about that. And I think I don't know if I said the right word. I think you gave us abstracts. You gave us 2 really good abstracts of what's going on, and now we got to build off of that. And the first subject you were talking about, I just want to throw this name out. If anybody wants to research this guy, Alfred Kinsey, and the Kinsey reports. That's I don't know what year it was in the 60s, but that's was where the big push for all this. So we're seeing, what happened 60 years down the line. We went from, whatever they would say, that we were bashing the gays and using the faggot word, to put people in line. Don't be a faggot, we went from that to now, you have to accept everybody's sexual behaviors and everybody's sexual deviance. And so I just want to throw out Alfred Kinsey. If you want Kinsey report, if you want to read his depravity and his studies. And then on the housing thing, I know I've mentioned before, they're building like 36,000 new units out here. And the gray man was right. They're built, a lot of those units are apartment buildings, and they're beautiful when they start out, but they're right next to the $1 million mansions, and they're right next to the mall. And the mall's pretty too. They got, it's nice now, but I can see down the road where, the water feature is not going to be there. The gooses and geeses are not going to be there. There's just going to be trash everywhere. So you already see the evidence of, someone goes to McDonald's and they can't throw, they want to just sit somewhere at the park, but they can't throw their freaking bag away. It's like, you got enough money to buy a $20 meal, but you don't know you've got to throw that in the garbage. So just some of my thoughts.
It's the terrarium effect. I'm telling you, it's what used to be the Agenda 21. It's happening all over. You look at all these cities that they have them out here. It's electric scooters. You just hop on it, ride it to your next spot. You live in an apartment building where you really don't have to leave it to get necessities. They don't want you out and about. They're making these communities to push you together. And it's been going on. Again, you take a neighborhood like mine, a standard subdivision. That was the whole point in that. You built the subdivision. You put the stores right around the subdivisions. It's this push to push everybody together. You get them all in one spot, give them everything you need. You got 100% control. Well, we're going to need funding for this. Well, we're going to make a law for this.
It also comes down to the maximizing of profits, for example, right? If I buy a big parcel of land, thinking I'm able to divide it up and sell off, each parcel or whatever, each lot, well, I guess it'd be my incentive if I wanted to maximize my profits to make little lots, a whole bunch of little lots versus a whole bunch of big lots, right? Because then I can sell each little lot for whatever. So it does come down to maximizing your profits kind of factor, because these developers will go out there and buy a whole bunch of land, and then here's what they're doing nowadays. They're building townhomes, right? So more people, more rent, or more, more retail, rather, I should say. There you go.
Yeah, and you're lucky if you can own it.
And
Yep.
what these
Yeah, and then a bunch of people who are not from this country, how do they have the money to buy those houses? Because they're occupying, a percentage of the houses, and then they have, generational families in those houses, and there's 10, 12, 15 people in a house, whereas in the American way, we have four people in the house, whatever, mom, dad, 2 kids, 2.1 kids, or whatever it is now. Maybe a grandma lives there, but we don't have the income of those 15 adults that are living in that one house, or the financial aid. I've had actual workers, social workers who do the financial aid say, yeah, they're getting $1,000 a month in cash relief, and they're also getting their food stamps. And it's like, what?
Right. It's funded by you and me.
Yeah, and then, but at the same time, we got the show 90 Day Fiance, where they have these Americans trying to find love in other countries, and they're showing the process of how hard it is for them to get their loved ones in our country, even when they're married and have kids. And so the narrative is false to, the popular narrative on TV that's being pushed is that they have to go through this whole process. But at the same time, we got millions coming through the borders who are not being vetted. And what happened to Homeland Security after 9/11? All that whole thing was, propped up as, yeah, we got Homeland Security. Now you got to go through we have to go through it. Americans have to go through that shit, but why don't they? And so we have this total false narrative. The popular narrative, the shows, oh yeah, let's show you what's going on at the borders, but then we're not going to show you the back door, what's really happening. And yeah, it's just, I mean, the whole thing is a clusterfuck in my brain.
What we are seeing is the people who call themselves leaders. I'm not saying all. However, there is a noticeable effect happening in our society and noticeable in an international aspect. The people who want to be at the levers of control have shown us they cannot manage what they are taking on. They are also showing that they do not care that they have taken on too much by way of how they treat human beings and the earth in general. What they are showing us is that we need to take back our communities and remove them from influencing our communities, our cities, states, and at a large part, our country. Our states are not supposed to be homogenous. We are not supposed to have states which fall under a federal prescription of living. Each one of our states and the communities within each state were supposed to have their own way of living, their own culture, their own expression. And the whole point of the United States was that you would have a country where you could travel between the states and get different flavors of what the globe actually is. And what these people are trying to do is they are trying to remove the joy of our differences while telling us that our differences are important. They are trying to make us all the same while not managing the very infrastructure of what they promote. They are showing us that they are incapable of taking care of the very people who are supposed to be the government. It's because we have allowed them to take this control away from the people, and it must be wrested back from them. We must manage our own communities, and we must find a way to remove these influences from our country, because this is not the way our country was meant to operate. We are not supposed to operate as a corporation. We're supposed to operate at a very individual level with agreements between our communities on how we relate. But all of our communities are supposed to be, for the most part, self-sustaining at least.
Come on.
I hear a lot of background noise. We're supposed to be self-sustaining at least to the point where we can make arrangements with other communities who then can supplement, but not this top down shower of shit on all of us. That was not the way any of this was supposed to work. And with these smart cities, what they're trying to do is they're trying to condense our populations into exactly what has failed before. Remove us from rural locations, remove us from areas where we can produce, remove us from areas from where we can create, and make us wholly dependent on a government system which has shown throughout history to fail the very people it says it serves. And it's a waste of resources to do this. We're looking at these cities which are going to take a lot of resources to build and a lot of resources to maintain. And
It's all irrelevant. They don't give a shit.
we have to. We have to
I'm
give
telling
a
you, it's the
shit.
Agenda 21 plan, which was body slammed, so it's now the Agenda 30 plan.
And the
It's
Agenda
been around for
2040
a long
plan.
time, and it's been implemented for a long time. It's just the boiling of the frog.
Well, the water is not boiling, and I believe that they wanted to work under the pretense that we are somehow amphibious and wouldn't notice. I think they didn't I believe they didn't realize that we're not frogs. We have the ability to see something coming before it arrives, and we see what is coming, and it is not good for the future generations of our race, the human
Right. That's why you have
race.
to re-educate the future generations, which is what is happening.
And that's why we're here, because
There are
we can
plenty of
see
frogs boiling right now.
we see what they are trying to educate the future generations with, and we as members of this community, we must not be quiet any longer. We have to turn the pots off and bring these people out of this hypnosis. This, I mean, I've heard, it's weird. I've heard Ilhan Omar talk about hypnosis, and I do not like Ilhan Omar. And at the same time, she has a point when it comes to lulling people into a sense of serenity and safety. Don't like the woman. At the same time, when she makes a good point, I'm going to give her credit for it. Um, yeah, terrible, terrible politician. But she's right every once in a while. We have been well, maybe not us here, but our communities have been mesmerized by by comfort, convenience, and false security. And we can see now that much of what we were brought up in after Walmart came, after all these conveniences, after the internet was turned on, it has been used against us. This constant feed of propaganda and lies. And we're the enemy now. They make no bones about this. In the mainstream media, they talk about a threat, like the people who talk about the issues which the media doesn't want us talking about. We're a threat to their democracy. And they tell us this. They tell us that they've become impatient with us, that their patience is wearing thin. We get censored off of big tech. These are all things we know. It's like, it's not that I want to beat a dead horse. It's that I'm letting you guys know I see it too. And we
I don't
can,
know. I don't know if you have time to beat a dead horse or not. But I sent you a couple links of Karen Hudis, and I hope most of you guys have heard of her. Um, and I just put the link in the Jitsi if anybody wants to watch it. I don't know if you want to play it. You got to kind of ignore the guy at the very beginning. He's just putting out the fear. They didn't kill her. She's still alive. Because I went and looked. I went to look and see if she just made a video not too long ago. So, but she's telling us why, and she's telling us what we have to do. So it all has to do with who controls the money. We already know that. And she worked for the World Economic Forum. She's a whistleblower, and if you haven't heard her name before, Karen Hudis. They have her under Hughes also. I'm not really sure what that is about. If they're trying to confuse us and not let us be able to get the information, but it's Hudus, and she's a whistleblower, and she talks about how they've eroded our Constitution and how they're eroding our Constitution and how they're getting away with the crap that they're getting away with and
All
what
right.
we have to do.
All right.
So
Let
I don't know
me.
if you have time to play it. It's not a long one. I think it's about 8 minutes.
All right.
And if not, everybody else just go search her out later and check it out.
I can use that at the 9 o'clock break that's coming up in about 19 minutes. And
Awesome.
let's see. I believe that this is the other article I had related to the illegal aliens, the migrants, the asylum seekers, the poor and huddled masses. And let's keep that in mind. One of the points of the United States was to actually take care of the less fortunate because I know my family came here for a better life. I'm a third generation American. It's not too long ago. I understand the history of my bloodline. They did not have a very good experience in their home countries. They also came here for a better life. I have the benefit of what my ancestors have done and the risks they took. I'm not about to throw this country away and hand it over to a bunch of fucking child molesting, insulting. I don't even know what to call them. I don't even know what to call these people, these globalist motherfuckers who want us to live in a fashion which is so heinous to my core values. I'm not about to give up. I'm not fucking giving up. So Biden admin busing more illegal aliens from border than GOP governors. Now this is also from Numbers USA, and like I said, I don't know this particular source. It might be biased. It might not be, but let's see. It's like while Texas, and this is from the 21st of October 2022. While Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis have come under fire for busing illegal aliens to New York City, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Martha's Vineyard, data shows that it's actually the Biden administration that's doing the bulk of the busing. In just a single week in September, the Department of Homeland Security shipped 79 busloads and 29 plane loads of illegal aliens away from border regions to the interior of the United States. I wonder if that has anything to do with carriers I've been noticing flying over my house. My house is not generally populated with airspace. So, continuing. Further documents from the government's accountability office revealed, or I think that's supposed to say revealed. Guys, do you need an editor? I totally will edit your shit. Okay, further documents from the Government Accountability Office revealed that the illegal aliens bused by the red state governors were headed to those regions, regardless of the state's busing efforts. The GAO report found that New York was tied with Texas and Florida as top destinations for illegal border crossers, and that the capital region, mainly Virginia and Maryland, were also top destinations for illegal aliens. I find that interesting. Have we heard any mainstream buzz about Virginia and Maryland. I've heard the mainstream buzz about New York complaining. I've heard the mainstream buzz about Martha's Vineyard. I've heard the mainstream buzz about Florida and Texas, but I've not heard anything about Virginia and Maryland. Anyone? Anyone heard about that? Well, let's continue. Making matters worse, DHS isn't providing any advance warnings to the regions that illegal aliens are being relocated. Well, I can't imagine that the states along the border are getting much heads up either, considering that we're getting plenty of reactions from states like Texas and Arizona. And I believe I heard something about Biden instructing, was it Arizona, to remove shipping containers which were put into the gaps of the wall to stop the inflow of vehicles and migrants. And for some reason, Biden is very pissed off that these governors put these shipping, or maybe they were the mayors of these border cities, that these
Yeah.
shipping containers were used to plug the holes. So let's continue.
Yeah,
Where
they
did I
weren't
leave off?
messing around. They're like, "You're not going to finish our wall. We're going to deter you guys because they need to protect their way of life. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Center for Immigration Studies fellow art author noted and I think that's supposed to be fellow art. I'm not sure if they meant art author or if this is a person's name. Noted that New York City Mayor Eric Adams began complaining about the influx of illegal aliens being sent to a city before Florida and Texas started busing them there. And overall, voters tend to support Abbott's and DeSantis' efforts. Well, I imagine they would, considering that we're the United States of America, and other states should share the burden if we are going to be accepting migrants, asylum seekers, and people looking for a better standard of living. Why, I imagine, as states which are united, we would share that burden. So I can see why overall voters would tend to support that, because it would be rather ridiculous to put such a burden on only a handful of states. That wouldn't be very equitable, would it?
No.
So,
And I just want to say the ostrich took her head out of the sand yesterday or 2 days ago. I was like, "Oh, woohoo!"
Hochul? Was it Hochul or
The
who?
os the ostrich, my sister.
Oh!
Yeah, she took her head out of the sand for, I don't know if it's out for a long time, but she said that she's getting rid of her TVs, and I was like, okay, that's a step.
All right, let's see where that goes. All right, so we go to the voters. 52% of likely voters support Abbott's move to bus illegal border crossers out of the state, with 36% who strongly agree. Other polls have found overwhelming support for sanctuary cities. Now, I wish that they would provide the receipts. I really hate it when people write articles and they don't provide the receipts. Saying other polls means nothing to me, but I will continue regardless. Cities away from the southwest border sharing some of the burden of the record high level illegal border crossings that have occurred over the last 18 months. Even without the polls, we are well aware when you follow the money of the finances of these districts, if it's not being used for ulterior, fucked up motives, you can follow the money and you can see how this is stressing some of our states and our citizenry. Because even though I'm currently a Minnesotan, if I want to be a Texan again, because I was a Texan at one time, if I want to go back to Texas, I'm going to have some pretty fucking strong feelings about how their state is being handled. So it doesn't matter that I live in Minnesota. That's where some of my brothers and sisters live. And they may not be blood relatives, but they're citizens just like I am. And you better damn well believe I give a fuck about other people in this country who have fucking had to fight for their ability to earn a good living, to raise their families in security and safety, and not have to deal with having to feed someone else's family because some fucking politicians in some other part of the world fucked up their country so badly that they just going off, they just going like, say sayonara to their citizenry. Apparently, they didn't love their citizens enough to take care of them. And I will not sit here and hate another human being because of what some fucking greedy motherfuckers did at an international level. What I will want is I'll want those assholes called out who is ever doing this to these people. I want them called out, and I want them brought to justice, and I want them to face the people who they have harmed. I'm a bit of a humanitarian. I don't know if
Yeah,
you
and
guys
that's
know
not
this.
unreasonable. That was totally great. You got such a good way of building the story and giving it a conclusion. And
Well, I'm not done yet.
well, yeah, I know you're not. I know you're not. You got a
So,
lot to say.
thank you. The Biden administration has yet to release data for the final month of fiscal year 2022. Well, I will say that it is a little bit early. I mean, that does take a little time to compile. So let's hope that they get it out by December. I mean, December is plenty of fucking time to get out fiscal year 2022. That ended in September. But through August, CBP has encountered more than 2.1 million individuals who did not have authorization to enter the U.S. at either ports of entry or southwest border points. Nearly 2 million of the 2.1 million were apprehended during or crossing the border illegally. Those are just the people who were apprehended. I wish I had more receipts. For more on this story, see the Washington Times. That's the bias right there. Okay, so this is an extract from the Washington Times. All right. We have thoughts on this. It is a popular thought that these people are going to be used to bolster votes. We have heard stories that these people are being used to cast illegal votes. This might be true. I have also seen people produce receipts that show it is true. My issue is that while we are producing this stream and putting this out, I don't have those receipts. So I implore savages and other viewers, do research and educate yourselves on
And bring the
what
receipts.
bring forward the receipts in your communities. It's not going to happen on this stream. This stream is not what's going to bring the change. It's us. I need to find the receipts. And when I'm out in public, I need to produce receipts. It's not us sitting here doing this that's going to bring the change. We need to show our communities what is going on. They have their activists who are crazy. They have activists gluing themselves to art, destroying, national treasures, things which are part of our history, defacing. They have activists for every fucking perverted cause that you could possibly imagine and never wanted to imagine.
Yeah.
And they expect
Yeah, they're
us
deep artwork that belongs to artists that died in poverty.
died in poverty. Van Gogh. Holy shit. Sad stories on some of these artists. I'm just going to use Van Gogh or Van Gogh or whatever as an example, just as an example. If I'm correct, this man
Yes,
was
Van Gogh died in poverty. That's who I was referencing.
highly disturbed individual, very, very passionate artist, not recognized in his time. It wasn't until after a very tragic death that this man was realized for his brilliance. And these spoiled brats have the audacity to take an artist like him and destroy his legacy. An inspiration when I look at this art from centuries ago. I look at the thoughts of what history. I will never know what it's like to go back in time. And my only avenue to go back in time is to look at art from people from that time, to understand what people were going through. And at the same time, I can look at art from, let's say, communist Russia, and I can see the propaganda which was being pushed on their people. Propaganda is not new. It's been around for a long time. And I can see the art from the people who stood against the propaganda, and where they paint the real picture, or the photographs, or the stories. And what we are seeing today, from my point of view, is these activists are being instructed to destroy the powerful images of our past and replace them with these perverted concepts of morality. The idea that we tear down who they say these people were racist, and they tear down statues of, like, let's say Columbus, or they tear down like statues of Jackson, or they tear down pieces in like inconvenient aspects of our history if you subscribe to the inconvenient aspects, while also tearing down the bravery. Regardless of what these people did, they had a fire, they had a belief. To replace them with busts of criminals, of pornographers, of drug dealers, and to replace works of art with women who have like had periods on canvas and then have wiped their bodies, and to call this art, it's blood. It's the dead blood from a uterus. It forms no beauty, and we are being told to be in awe of death and decay. Conform to decay. I will not conform to decay. I will resist this bullshit, and I will not be quiet about what the fuck is being taught to our kids. That's fucking ridiculous. I also understand that there is, and I don't know if this is legalism, so someone's going to need to step in. Is there a part of a faith? And I think that this line actually translates through several faiths, is that you are not only judged by what you have done, but what you have left undone. I'm not going to sit here quietly while perverts take the most innocent and the most vulnerable of our race, the human race, regardless of skin color, regardless of gender expression, regardless of financial, regardless of socio, regardless of geo. I am not going to just sit quietly. And in public, I am known to make my husband incredibly uncomfortable, because I have these same kind of conversations with random strangers when we go out shopping. And when I lived in Minneapolis, I would have these kind of conversations with random people on public transport. And it wasn't always comfortable, because this shit is not supposed to be comfortable. It's called reality. Reality has a certain level of discomfort. And if we take our, if we pride, not pride, if we prize our comfort over consequence, we are fucking the future generations. So it's time to be a little uncomfortable to ensure that the next generation can at least get a fucking taste of what we have had in our generations. Because and now I'm going to make it personal, my ancestors did not suffer so that I could sit on my ass and reap the benefits of their blood, sweat, and tears and toil. It would be ridiculous and kind of a slap in the face to my bloodline to not act and not guard the culture of America. It isn't perfect, but it's our home. And we can do better. These people who are trying to corrupt us do not want us to do better. They want us dead. So with that, I'm going to pull up Cali Girl's, is everyone in Jitsi, everyone have their clothes on? Because I'm coming in. Here we come. Okay. Oh! Okay. Okay. Cali Girl, where did you put it? Where'd you put it? Are you still here, Cali Girl? Okay, maybe Cali Girl. Okay, so I believe this is the linky. So I'm going to copy this address over here to the Jitsi guys. I hope that this volume is not overbearing.
You get it?
I don't know what the fuck this is. The content was removed due to violation of community guidelines. Susan! You whore! You're ruining my segment. Review content. Is this about something I posted? Is this about something I posted? Let me see. Holy shit! What the fuck got removed this time? I just had a fucking, like 6-hour argument with Susan yesterday over yesterday's...
They already got you.
Pardon me? I got
They
all
already
the...
got you.
Holy shit! Does this mean... What does this mean? Okay, your content was removed. What was it? Was it yesterday's? It was yesterday's video. This is the one I fucking... It is medical misinformation. I fucking went over. They got me 4 times. And 4 times. I argued and I disputed 4 times over. And so... Okay, guys. I know. It's a trauma. I argued with YouTube 4 times yesterday and won what I thought. I won 4 disputes. And I acquiesced to a copyright claim on the "That's Racist" meme because there was a segment of the show where I showed the origins of that little black kid going, "That's racist!" And I was like, so that part I had to clip out because it was a hard strike on that. But I had 4 disputes yesterday regarding what they considered medical misinformation, and I was showing them that they cannot hold my theory in dispute because I'm not making any claims. I am simply theorizing. And it looks like they got me again. I'm not bullshitting when I talk about...
They said, fuck your theory, it's wrong, think.
Well, fuck you, Susan. And by the way, Susan, this one's also going to go up on YouTube, so fuck you, and you know what? What is that?
Fuck you.
Fuck you so much, Susan. Okay, I knew eventually that female voice training would come in handy. What is it? How do I get back to what I wanted to show? I guess I closed this tab. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so I'm gonna go take a breaky. And I'm probably not going to understand what this video was about because I have never seen this video. But I'm going to play this for you while we take a short break. I will be back, of course. Mic off. And I hope that the volume doesn't kill anyone. Here we go.
Oh.
Do you get it now? The
Uh-oh.
video I'm about to show you, this lady lost her life for saying what she's about to say. But I've already said all this, and it's crazy how these videos come across my screen.
Welcome back to WHDT World News. I'm Gary Franchi, and joining me now is whistleblower from the World Bank, Karen Hudez, and bringing the conclusion of yesterday's interview. Karen, welcome back.
Thanks for having me, Gary.
Karen, when we concluded yesterday's interview, we were discussing, or you had brought up the new Constitution that was instated in the United States. So, is the Constitution that we know today in effect, or is there a different Constitution you claim?
Unfortunately, we are being snookered by the Congress because every 2 years they reintroduce a state of martial law. And we are not under our first Constitution. We are under this second secret Constitution. What that Constitution provides is that our tax dollars are going to pay interest to the Federal Reserve. They're not paying for any of the services that we need in our country. Instead, where are we getting the money? We're getting it from the poppy fields in Afghanistan and the drug trade. That's how we're financing our country. This is a travesty.
Now, you mentioned that the secret Constitution allows for the interest to be paid to the Federal Reserve. But isn't that the Federal Reserve Act that we know that was established in 1913, when it was passed on Christmas Eve? So, where does that law fall into place?
You'll remember that President Lincoln was assassinated by a Jesuit. That was in order to prevent the greenback dollars that Lincoln had issued directly by the Treasury Department. And so what happened was the bank of that day was then able to continue to earn interest on the currency of the United States. That was why he was assassinated. And the reason why we had that second Constitution enacted in 1871 is that is when the Revolutionary War debts fell due. As a matter of fact, one day I opened my mail and somebody mailed me the financing statement for those debts that, together with the unpaid interest on the debts, had accrued to the trillions of dollars.
The concept of a secret Constitution, some people might cry foul then. I don't believe a word you're saying because I've never heard of such a thing. How can those claims be substantiated?
Two ways. The first is that I will show you the minutes of the meeting of the Patriots who met and looked at the State House records in Carolina when that secret Constitution was enacted. And I can show you the financing statements for the Revolutionary War debt. That was the reason we got that second secret Constitution.
So is that second secret Constitution, who is it in favor of? Is it in favor of the people or the corporate United States?
It's in favor of the banks. It's certainly not in favor of the people. What happens when you have a child is your child is given a Social Security number. They estimate how many taxes your child is going to pay over his or her lifetime. And they take that birth certificate and they issue it on the capital markets and they earn money on it.
Okay, so what you're saying is that the birth certificate itself creates a monetary value on the books with the Federal Reserve?
I'm saying something much worse, actually. What I'm saying is that when every citizen goes into the court system, they are not seen there as themselves a U.S. citizen. They're seen as the person who had their birth certificate pledged. You're there as a debtor. You're not there as a citizen.
So, because of the national debt, are you saying that Americans are they're just born into debt and there's nothing that they can really do about it? They're debtors in the system.
We have been converted from human beings that are citizens of the Republic of the United States into chattel. Chattel, that is a legal term for something which is property. We are now considered to be property of the Federal Reserve. We're not considered to be human beings and citizens of the United States.
That's a very strong statement. How do we reverse that? If that is in fact the true statement, how do we reverse that?
The first thing we do is we recognize it. We understand it. And then the second thing we do is we have that constitutional convention, which is our right under our first constitution, and we repeal that banker's constitution. We repeal it, we get rid of it, we do not want it, we do not need it, and we issue our treasury dollars backed by the gold out of the collateral account that has been offered to us.
Some people are very concerned about an Article 5 convention wherein you may have powers, money powers, that could inject themselves into the into that convention process where the Constitution is rewritten. A lot of people are very concerned that some of the very basic rights that are instilled and enshrined in the Bill of Rights would then be evaporated. Maybe the freedom of the press would be changed to only specific sanctioned outlets can speak freely, or even the Second Amendment would have to be rewritten to only allow certain people to carry firearms to protect others. So there's a lot of people who do have valid concerns with an Article 5 convention. Do you share those concerns?
I say that that is a very good proof to me of just how corrupted our media is. Because if we had a true media that was representing the interests of the citizens, they would know that that is not a concern whatsoever. Because what happens out of that convention is simply recommendations, which have to be voted up or down by 3/4 of the state legislatures.
Do you think the money powers would have enough lobbying capacity to lobby for those 3/4 of the states? I mean, if you think back to when the 16th Amendment was passed, even though it was passed illegally and it wasn't properly ratified by 3/4 of the states, it still became an amendment, and we now are under an income tax system. So if you think about 3/4 of the states ratifying an Article 5 convention, do you believe that the money powers could have influence in that process?
I would simply ask your viewers to take a good look at whether we have a second secret constitution, how we got that constitution, and whether we in the United States have the wherewithal to throw off those shackles. And if we don't, we deserve them.
So
The original Constitution. I
need to see receipts on that lady dying and the original video of that interview.
Let's make a
Because
note.
it all seemed like a staged set of malarkey to me, is what it looked like.
Yep.
Malarkey.
I didn't get to see the whole thing. I will put this
Yeah.
I will put
Would
this
love-
back into my hold area so I can review it later.
Please hold.
Let me find my hold area. I've got like a bunch of tabs open in another window of the lineup.
Does it say what her name is?
Let's see.
He did in the very
Pardon me?
He did say her name in the very beginning of the interview that they showed there.
Let me go back and let me reduce the size because it might actually be in. Oh, let's see.
Actually, if you play it, it's like within the first minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
All right.
interview, the actual part.
All right, let me play that first minute. Mic off.
I'm gonna write the name down and look it up myself.
The video I'm about to show you, this lady lost her life for saying what she's about to say. But I've already said all this, and it's crazy how these videos come across my screen.
Welcome back to WHDT World News. I'm Gary Franchi, and joining me now is whistleblower from the World Bank, Karen Huda.
Karen, who dat?
Karen, who dat?
If you keep playing it, will it show her name on the screen? So I can know how to spell the last name?
I think it pops
Are
up
you-
for a second there, yeah.
Kevin, you're muted. I don't know if you know that.
I did not. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I believe if you look, it'll say it says in the
Right there.
right here.
Right there on the screen. Karen Hudas. I can't really see it. It's blurry.
Hudas.
Yes.
Yes. And after today's show, or during the show, if you guys want to do some digging and bring that to our
Yeah,
attention,
I'm gonna look right
otherwise
now.
we can. Okay, you guys are going to do that right now. Then I am going to go back over to the other tabs and see where we left off here. I will say I can't speak for every veteran. However, I can speak for myself. I did not serve this country to hand it over to whatever the fuck, if it's communism or whatever the fuck this is that they're trying to implement in our nation. I did not serve this country to hand it over to whatever the fuck they're trying to turn this country into.
Now, he swore an oath to the Constitution that we learned in fucking grade school, the Constitution that was ratified fucking by our founding fathers. Not anything else. Not any other fucking document. Not an individual. God, family, and Constitution, man. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, let's see. Next story I have. Let me copy this on over. And let me go back over and close that tab so I don't accidentally do repeats. Okay, so from Capitol Hill Blue, because, and this is their tagline, because nobody's life, liberty, or property is safe while Congress is in session or the White House is occupied. Starts out, it says, as a voter, are you a Trump Republican or an American? You can't be both. This is probably biased, and it's from October 26th, 2022. If you continue to support a seditionist traitor like the corrupt and immoral Trump, you are simply another enemy of America, just like him. The midterms are 3 weeks away, and 3 weeks and a day away, and the polls say Republicans will take control of the House, install the treasonous Kevin McCarthy as Speaker, and work to stop any investigations and or indictments of their head treasonous sedition conspirator and enemy of America and democracy. One moment, please. If polls are right, election deniers who genuflect to the amoral, unethical, and criminally corrupt Donald J. Trump will win the right to restrict any voters they don't like. Do I need to take a pause and point out what the fuck are they currently doing? Do I need to point out the moral conflicts which are currently happening? I don't know this author. Who is Doug Thompson? I don't know you. But if you're against the morals of what is the Make America Great Again community, movement, what have you, if you're against removing sexualizing of children, if you're against stopping the medical establishment from pumping us full of drugs and mutilating and promoting self-mutilation, if you're against merit-based living, if you are for an equitable treatment of people while not actually executing equitable policies, I don't know who you are, Doug, but I think you come from the community I came from. And Doug, it's not too late for you. I know that you're writing this column, but let's see what you have to write, Doug. Let's find out. If polls are right, election deniers who genuflect to the amoral, unethical, and criminally corrupt Donald J. Trump will win the right to restrict any voters they don't like. To these Republicans, this includes restricting the rights of other colors, heritage, or those who possess common sense and decency. Doug. Okay, the Republicans will flush democracy, the Constitution, and America down the toilet and move our government even closer to an autocratic mob of crazed criminals, religious racists, and white supremacists. Oh, Doug. Sadly, there are enough Americans left in this nation to defeat the election deniers, the conspiracy-driven bigots, and outright traitors to our flag and government. All we need is for those true Americans to stand up, demand their right to vote, and shut down the traitors to our way of life. Doug, I think I know what your way of life is, and there's a reason why I left. Oh my gosh. Okay, the Republicans will try every trick in the book to discount votes of the true patriots and those who are about the law and morality. They are putting election deniers into state offices that control elections and endorse restrictions aimed at minorities and the poor. Too many.
So let me get this straight.
Oh, yes.
It's rigging because people are voting.
Say that again.
Is that this guy is rigging because people are voting?
I think I need to
He's
complete the
ringing because
article.
people are voting not his way.
Not his way. That
So
part.
it's like, just because the Republican is an election denier, right? Someone that believes the election wasn't fucking fair, doesn't that person still has to receive a majority of the votes in order to get elected to office. So that means a lot of people agree with that individual or those many individuals.
I want
So
to bring up some history, but before I bring up the history, I want to say good morning, savages who have come into the chats. It's been a pretty energetic morning so far. I'm sorry if I missed you as you came in, but know that if you're here, good morning, happy Thursday. I want to bring up some history. I find it darkly amusing that the moment Donald Trump was put into office, these same people denied the election results. And in this article so far, and I'm not done with the article yet, Doug is already showing that he himself is an election denier and doesn't stand for the very Constitution which he is saying that he supports. I don't know which document of Constitution Doug is referring to. It's not the Constitution I know. Do we have any comments before I continue this article? Because I don't agree with the article, and at the same time,
Yeah.
I see value in reading what other people are reading and what they're subscribing to.
My comment to Doug is, hey, Doug, get fucked.
yeah, cope and seethe harder, faggot.
Well, the whole thing sounds like classic, deflection and the rules for radicals, accuse your enemies.
Well, let's get to know who our enemy is then, and I'll continue. Too many now openly express their white supremacy desires and outright racism. I know firsthand how the GOP works. I worked for the national parties and for 3 GOP congressmen in the 1980s as a political operative, chief of staff, and special assistant to the House Science and Technology Committee. It is no coincidence that I left political work and joined Alcoholics Anonymous. Joining AA saved my life. Walking away from politics saved my soul. On a note about Alcoholics Anonymous, if it works for you, good. Addiction is a bitch. As far as like the politics and saving the soul, politics are being forced on us whether we like it or not, and it's not up to our political leanings that decide the outcome of our soul. That is the part right there which I definitely have a problem with, is because it's saying that your political leanings are what decide your salvation, and that is a lie. That is a total lie. Okay. Attorney General Merrick Garland is moving to indict Trump for his acts of sedition and blatant obstruction of justice. The New York Attorney General is pursuing a criminal investigation that could shut down the corrupt Trump organization, and grand juries in Atlanta are putting the finishing touch on indictments of Trump's cultists and perhaps the fat anarchist himself. Oh, he is upset. Doug is very emotional. With the exception of the Trump-loving Eileen Cannon, I've never heard of her, who has been shot down repeatedly by the 11th District Appeals Court in Florida, Trump has a long list of losses among federal judges, and even the Supreme Court he packed with right-wingers. The legal hanging rope of justice is tightening about Trump's triple chins. On Election Day, each voter needs to ask, do I care about America? Do I care more about America than I do for a political party? You can't be both. Not in these hyper-partisan times. And if you claim to be a Republican who supports Trump and his outlaw gang of election deniers, you are not an American. You are a traitor to this nature and the democracy that is supposed to define it. Doug, look in the mirror. Doug, go take a hard look at yourself in the mirror and tell me how this does not apply to what you just wrote. Doug, do you not see Doug Thompson published his first story and photo at age 11, a newspaper article about racism and the Klan in Prince Edward County, Virginia in 1958. From that point on, he decided to become a newspaperman and did just that, reporting news and taking photos full-time at his hometown paper, becoming the youngest full-time reporter at the Roanoke Times in Virginia in 1965, and spent most of the past 58 plus years covering news around the country and the globe. After a short sabbatical as a political operative in Washington in the 1980s, he returned to the news profession. Today, he is a contract reporter, photojournalist for Lee Enterprises, shoots news and sports videos for area TV station, and owns Capitol Hill Blue, which is the news source for this article. All right. So
what color's Doug? Do we know this?
Oh,
because color matters.
He's very white. Very white.
Okay, I was just curious. I'm mobile, so I didn't see.
Probably very, very privileged. And
I don't know too many black Dougs.
I don't know either. But yes.
And whoa, also, no, man, careful with the racisms.
Yes. We must be very eggshelly around here, apparently.
So I just spent the last 5 minutes researching Karen Hoods.
What do you have?
This person is a complete crackpot.
Do you have receipts?
And everything I've found on this person is super old. There's no recent anything on this person. There's nothing I can find that says she's dead. I have headlines such as former World Bank executive says, quote, non-human creatures control the world. Okay, well,
lizard
people. They're lizard people.
Okay, so yeah.
Well, without sounding like a lunatic myself, I'm almost starting to believe that shit myself.
Does Salty Cracker have, like, is he onto something when he calls them lizard people? I mean, it's not just hyperbolic, is it? Are these people actually... I hear him talking about like people like these lizards wearing human suits. Don't. I don't believe that there are actual creatures wearing human suits. I do believe that there are people who think like a lizard would and have a stimulus response mechanism that is predominant in their thought processes. Um, could you read that part again about, oh my God, Finkelstein, good morning. Thank you. Um, is there, could you please reread that part again about what you just read?
Yeah, I closed it because I exhausted all uh, interest in reading anything about this person because everything I was seeing was this person making outrageous claims with zero receipts, and every interview she did was this big bombshell that had no evidence supporting it and no backup and no receipts, no sauce, no nothing. So I don't know how you can be a World Bank executive, come out with these big bombshell allegations, and have zero backup whatsoever in the matter of 10 years of you trying to tell your story. Not once have you provided any kind of backup.
And
what World Bank?
Oh, pardon me. Go on.
What World Bank was she an executive of?
It never explained. It just says World Bank. I think there's only one World Bank, right?
I
guess.
I think that that's the way it's supposed to work, and we are still talking about Karen Hudas, correct?
Yeah, I got tired of looking at that person because it was just dead end after ridiculous dead end.
After today's show, I do have her pulled aside in another window. I will do more of a study on Karen and hopefully have an update tomorrow. I'm going to talk, this is the part of the show where I'm going to get an anti-Semitic strike. We're going to look at truth in action. Let me see, when is this article from? It doesn't appear to have a date, but apparently, according to Truth in Action, and here comes the strike, George Soros says, I am God, I created everything. George Soros, the billionaire hedge fund manager and financier of so many things far left, lost nearly $1 billion after becoming bearish after Donald Trump's election victory in 2016. It would seem that if you're God, you might have a better grip on what the future might hold, but reality does little to keep a demonic narcissist's ego in check. And like so many sociopaths running our world, he's quite honest and upfront about how he views himself. He is touted by the left as an international philanthropist, but Soros remains candid about his true charitable tendencies. I am sort of a deus ex machina, Soros told the New York Times in 1994. I'm going to check that later. I am something unnatural. I am very comfortable with my public persona because it is one I have created for myself. It represents what I like to be as distinct from what I really am. You know, in my personal capacity, I'm not actually a selfless philanthropic person. I'm very much self-centered. And then it says, move to the next page to hear how the man fancies himself as some kind of god. I'm not going to move on to the next page just yet because I want to digest this more before I actually speak about it. I will say this. I find it very interesting that his protege says that there is no divine spark. Yet George Soros may have, and I will verify this later through research, find out if he said, I am God, I created everything. Well, if he is God, then he is divine. And I'd be curious to find out how he actually defines this, if he indeed said it. So, I'm going to move this article back over to my hold area. Does anyone have any comments on this particular article at this time? Okay, I hear nothing. Maybe something will come up in the chat. I'm moving over now to a clip provided by Finkelstein. Let me look at this.
I mentioned this fucking guy, Kanye.
Okay, it looks like we're moving over to Kanye is never, ever going to Fashion Week again, and Rappaport thinks it's hilarious. As far as I know about Rappaport, he's been all over the place, whether it's COVID, whether it's finances, whether it's world issues. This man interests me. Let's see what he has to say today.
Kanye West. I don't care if they you change your name to Ye. You're lucky I even call you Kanye, you fuck. And I didn't want to do it. I was like, we're gonna be done this week. We're gonna be done. We're gonna be done. But what happened is because of all the shit, the vomit, you dummy. And I'm talking to you, Kanye West, and you go, I'm a genius. You're a dumb genius. You're a dumb fuck. All the shit that you have said, all the shit that you have talked about in the last 2 weeks, feels like months. Kanye West, you dummy. I'm a genius. You're a dumb fuck. You should have just named names. Who hurt you? Who fucked you over? Who didn't do what they said they were going to do? You should have just named the names. But instead, Mr. Self-proclaimed genius, asshole, you generalized the entire Jewish race. And now you don't got Balenciaga. Did I say that correctly? Balenciaga? You love Balenciaga because you're a materialistic bitch. You love all that fashion shit. Gucci, the Louis Vuittons, the Manolo Blahniks. You love it all because you're a materialistic ass bitch. And now they don't fuck with you. You ain't, let me tell you something, Kanye West. You ain't going to Paris Fashion Week ever again. You love Fashion Week. You love going to all the shows. You love putting on the outfits, the Balenciaga this and the Gucci this and the Louis Vuitton that and what is the other ones? What's other ones? What? Dior. You love the Dior. Who's another one? Hey, name it all. You ain't going to Fashion Week anymore, you fuck. You ain't going to Fashion Week ever again because that Anna Winter, that miserable, Les Miserables, I think she runs Harper's Bazaar or Gucci or Louis Vuitton, the one who's always wearing the glasses. Maybe she's Prada, the Devil's Wear Prada. She's sitting there miserable, Anna Winter, with her stupid sunglasses on. Now she ain't fucking with you, Duke. Anna Wintour's not fucking with you. Balenciaga's not fucking with you. You're never going to Fashion Week. You ain't going to Men's Fashion Week. You ain't going to Women's Fashion Week. Your whole Fashion Week program is shut down, asshole. That's what you get. And you love fashion. I think you love Fashion Week more than anything else in the world. You love being around these people. You love dressing up. You love expensive clothes, elitist bullshit. Anna Winter said, you done. You show up to Fashion Week, you getting arrested, homie. Yo, you show up to Fashion Week, you getting arrested, Kanye West. That's what's up. The thing you look forward to the most, show up there. Start talking that dumb shit. Show up there without an invite, without the little laminates or the bracelets. You getting arrested, Duke. You're going to be like me at Fashion Week. Show up to the Met Ball, the Met Gala, over there on 5th Avenue. You like me. We're not getting in. But you're getting arrested if you show. I've been trying to go to that fucking Met Ball for years. I got a better chance of getting into the next Met Ball than you do, Kanye West. And you love this shit. You did it to yourself, you asshole, you. Fashion people ain't fucking with you. Your agents dropped you. The only people who haven't dropped you yet is Adidas. And you said on Drink Champs, you said I could say anti-Semitic things and Adidas won't drop me. I don't know what you know that everybody else don't know. But Google Adidas. Google Adidas history, relationship with the Nazis. Not to say that anybody at Adidas today has anything to do with actual Nazis, but look up Adidas history with the Nazis, in World War II. Look it up. You'll find out some interesting things. I ain't going to break it down here today because it's too detailed, and I ain't fact-checking. But I am so
Right on.
glad that you can't. I just dawned on me. The man who loves Fashion Week the most, you, Kanye West, you're never going to Fashion Week again, you asshole, you. And if they had a Freaknik, you couldn't go to that either, homie. What were the other summits? The hip hop, Source Awards. You can't go to the Source Awards, the Vibe Awards, Essence Fest. Yo, you go to Essence Fest, they're gonna boo you, you fucking asshole. Yo, you alienated yourself. You should have just named names to the people that hurt you. But you didn't want to do that. You wanted to generalize everybody.
I need to actually say.
I remember this winter when he was doing one of his loudmouth.
Mention this fucking guy.
Yes, go
one
on.
of his loudmouth videos on the street, filming himself yapping on the street, and somebody came up and fucking smoked him in the face with a giant
Mention
snowball.
this fucking guy.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
I recall that
He
video
has,
as well.
He's never been relevant. He's always been a shitty actor. He's never been relevant for shit. Who the fuck does he think he is?
I am.
And what's with his homie? Homie, yo. Fucking shit, man.
I am actually I'm pulling this URL aside to also look at this one later, but I do have some commentary on it. What I heard is Rappaport berating Kanye West for giving up material goods and fame. And that resonates with me because I gave up material goods and city fame. I mean, it was like when I was doing my performing, I am listening to Rappaport berate Kanye because it appears, and I haven't been following the Kanye drama too closely, but it would appear Kanye is walking away from being a whore in order to have, I don't know where Kanye's spiritual essence is at this time. I am watching an individual walk away from material strongholds. If people understand what that means, it means, I mean, I'm listening to Rappaport for about a good 4 minutes, berating Kanye that he'll never be able to go to these fashion shows and such. And when I was cleaning out the trash out of my life, I gave up my chauffeur. I gave up the glitz and the glam of the life I was living. And I also walked away from the corruption and the abuse, which was being requested that after I was groomed and passed through the adult entertainment circuit, when I hit 30, I was then requested to start grabbing the 18-year-olds and bring them into the fold of stripping and drag and the club scenes and convince young ones who were fresh, how to get them a fake ID so they could then register as 21. I was involved in some pretty dark shit. And I am watching a man berate another man for walking away from the material, worldly traps which blind a person to their spiritual growth, is how I am interpreting this, because I don't know the situation well enough, which is why I pulled it aside. I do not know if Adidas has a connection to Nazis. I need to do more research on this, and Finkelstein, thank you for supplying this link. I will be researching this further. I don't know the Rappaport. I don't know Kanye well enough to currently speak intelligently on this matter. From what I hear, Kanye made anti Semitic commentary. I do not know what was said. I do know that in mainstream media, it is often brought up that you are not allowed to make any anti Semitic commentary. We have covered on previous streams, we have covered the definition of Semitic, and it does not appear that the terminology is being used correctly in the mainstream. And I don't know I don't know what else to say about this clip at this time. I need more information to have an intelligent monologue, and I need more information to have an intelligent conversation about what I just saw. All I can do is share my personal experiences with what it is to be wrapped up in worldly distractions from spiritual growth. And I find it very curious that a Jewish person who is proudly displaying his faith on his chest is so wrapped up in worldly issues when you wear, like, for instance, I have my cast iron crucifix, which I wear not as a piece of jewelry, but as when I go out in public, I want people to know that I am Christian because I love God. I don't know where this man's head is. I don't know him. But I think I know what he's talking about. I think I do. Did someone
I
have a
mean, that's
comment?
just, isn't that just mainstream media? So they're putting on a show.
I don't
I'm
know.
still curious about the Nazis in World War II wearing Adidas.
I
I'm
need to
still
look
curious
into
about
that myself. I need to look into that myself, and I will do that after today's stream. I've got two things to look up now. Karen Hudas is one, and I need to re-review this segment and find out more on this. So I'm going to move on unless anyone else has any commentary. Okay. And thank you again, Finkelstein. Thank you so much. All right, let's see, where are we right now? We are at 9:47. We'll probably be taking another break in about 13 minutes. So if anyone would like to supply a 5-minute segment or story or some sort of music or art, that would be fantastic. All right, let me look at the chats because I have not exactly been vigilant on the chats. And Finkelstein, I agree. Soros is a worthy adversary. I agree. Salty Mad Jamison, Rappaport is a jealous cunt. We will find out. I like this actor in a few movies, but he is an asshole, as we are seeing. Yes, he's got some very strong opinions. Toadload, good morning. His red background don't help. You're right about that. What is up with these people in their red backgrounds? Okay. Kanye West just learned a lesson we all know about. Talk about them at your peril. I agree. It is more than evident at this point that if you say, and I don't even know which aspect of the Jewish faith or Jewish culture, it's never really explained. It's just always anti-Semitic, anti-Semitic. I don't understand because it's never been, it's not articulated. It's like anti-Semitic is just used as a blanket accusation to shut people up. And I don't understand why. I guess I would have to be one to understand it. And that's why I need more information. Okay,
It's
American
just another
Dreams.
loaded magazine for the rhetoric.
Pardon me?
It's just another loaded magazine for the rhetoric.
Well, I need to understand that loaded magazine more, I believe. American Dreams, good morning. He believed himself, Soros, to be emperors but got no clothes soon. Oh, we will find out, won't we?
So I just posted whatever you want to think about Wikipedia. I just posted their information on Adidas and put that in the Jizzy chat.
Okay. I will get to that right after I read the chats, and then we'll be going over smallpox, and then I'll pull your link, and then we'll take a short break. All right.
I put a couple of videos in if you wanted to use them.
Are they
for
in
break.
Jitsi?
They're pretty far up in the Jitsi.
Okay.
Your call.
Okay. I haven't seen clothes entry in a coon's age. All right. All right. This guy is so angry. Why people talk shit all day about whites? Nobody pushes back like this. I know. That is very interesting, isn't it? He sounds like Robert De Niro talking shit about Trump. Brent Free. I only vaguely got exposed to Robert De Niro's rants. Yeah, I don't know Robert De Niro too well. Okay.
One of my favorite actors of all time, and he's a fucking lefty scumbag. Go figure.
It makes you really wonder what they're trying to protect. I mean, I think it's rather obvious, but
what do you
the fact
think
that
it
all
is?
these people started. Well, I mean, like the whole fuck Trump thing. I mean, yeah, they're probably all trying to protect their pedophilia. You know.
That pedophilia, which apparently is coming to the surface and being normalized soon. Oh, this is why I was saying earlier, it's like now is not the time to walk on eggshells. It's like I clearly see that this whole medical movement is to usher in this ability to promote pedophilia, and it won't be called pedophilia any longer. It'll just be called love. It'll just be called love. The bastardization.
Love is love.
And that's the real bastardization. Oh my gosh. Frog Springs, good morning. And you are saying, I'm pretty sure Kanye did name some names. Again, I need to be more familiar with it. And then it looks like you guys are talking. Fuck with the Jews, and we'll either ignore you or destroy you. Jesus did. It turned out badly for him. But you know, Finkelstein, on that note, that was it appeared to be, according to my faith of Christianity, that was necessary in order to find our salvation through Christ. So it did turn out badly. And I think I get the point that you're making. I'm pretty sure I get the point. No, it didn't derail the show. Finkelstein, I appreciate, as I let other savages know, I might get vapor locked for a moment by what the hell I'm looking at. However, it presents the opportunity for growth and understanding, which is what this stream is about how to combat the enemy. It's about how to make an effective strategy to stop the perversion and moral decay, not only of our nation, but also of the world. It is important that we discuss such topics, lest we get blindsided by more of this fucking bullshit. And then let's go on down here. All right.
The Jews. Uh-oh.
One moment. Pardon me?
I said the Jews. Uh-oh.
Well, and then it's, with the atheists as well, it's like my husband's atheist. And that might be why he doesn't feel like he has what do you call it? Like he doesn't have the passion, which I have, on these matters. I have faith, and my faith is, at this point in my life, I mean, I had gone off the path so badly, but I never turned my back on God. And I found you guys, and I'm back. I think I'm back on the path now, and I feel it, and it feels good to be back on the path, the right path. All right, so
welcome back.
Thank you. It's good to be back. It's good to be walking back in the light. Thank you, Finkelstein. Let me copy this link, and I'm going to put this one aside. I will probably, well, no, I will. I'll get back to it after our break. And first, I want to move on to this smallpox story. So let me copy this one in for the next thing.
Hello, guys.
One moment. All right. And smallpox vials. This is from Truth in Action again. Let's see. When is this article from? I wish I had a date. Okay. So apparently, recently, because this is supposed to be recent news, which I'm grabbing from a site, which I'm going to drop into the chat right over here. It's called Left versus Right News. 45.1, if you're still there, I don't know if this is the news source you were referring to the other day. However, while I was listening to your show, I heard you make mention of a particular news sourcing website which had left and right aspects on it. And I
Yes.
thought, was it that one?
Ground News. I don't know if it was this one or not.
Would you mind supplying that link into the Odysee chat as well so other people can experience that particular website? Because
Yeah, it's an app you can download
it's an
on
app.
your phone.
I find it very important to get different aspects on what is going on in our communities and in the world to understand as not to be blindsided by other people's thoughts, opinions, or consumption. I believe that there is importance to reading things even if you disagree with them, so at least you have a better understanding of other people's points of view. So then we are not caught blindsided, that we are not caught in a vapor locked mind of like, what the fuck, how do I respond to this? It is it can be soul draining. But this is why we have each other, to energize each other, knowing that our goals are for our future generations and to not allow our human race to be further used as fuel for I'll just say a demonic ritual which has been going on apparently for quite a while. Smallpox vials found at vaccine research facility near Philadelphia. Really? Philadelphia? With all your problems and everything like that? The FBI and CDC are investigating several vials labeled smallpox found at Merck & Company Vaccine Research Center near Philadelphia, according to Department of Homeland Security. An unclassified for official use only alert sent by DHS states, and there were a total of 15 questionable vials, with 5 of those labeled as smallpox, and the other 10 labeled as vaccinia. I imagine that's Latin. I'd have to look that up later. There is no indication that anyone has been exposed to the small number of frozen vials. Well, considering that just the military, to my knowledge, are ever inoculated against smallpox, that could be a problem if that ever got out into the public. Because to my knowledge, only those of us who have served in the military and maybe a couple other government agencies have ever received the smallpox vaccine. There is no indication that anyone has been exposed to the small number of frozen vials, the CDC said in a statement. The frozen vials labeled smallpox were accidentally or incidentally discovered by a laboratory worker while cleaning out a freezer in a facility that conducts vaccine research in Pennsylvania. CDC, its administration partners, and law enforcement are investigating the matter, and the vials' content appear intact. Well, that doesn't mean that those are the only vials, number one. And number two, didn't we just get done with a small monkeypox scare? Why is it with the fucking pox? What is up with all these pox? Anyway, the virus that causes smallpox was eradicated in the late 1970s after centuries of epidemics, but I want to point out to you guys, I served in the military after the 1970s. 45? Did you get a smallpox vaccine in basic training?
I didn't get it in basic training. I got it when I went to Korea.
Why would they be giving us a vaccine against something which was eradicated? Do you have any thoughts? Maybe
Because they keep fucking vials of it in freezers.
so they eradicated it, but they kept the fucking virus around. Like they couldn't destroy the fucking virus after they eradicated it. So they go and give us the fucking vaccine for it, but the rest of the populations aren't inoculated against smallpox.
Yep.
All right. The virus that caused smallpox was eradicated in the late 1970s after centuries of epidemics. It's so deadly that only 2 labs in the world are allowed to maintain doses of the virus. Why? A facility in Russia and the CDC main lab in Atlanta. So it's in Atlanta. Do we have more than one? Okay, so do we have Atlanta, Pennsylvania, or are we talking about Atlanta, Georgia? Are we talking over by Fort Gordon? What the fuck are we talking about here? If the labels on the vials were accurate, we must demand to know why a Merck Upper Gwendid facility in North Wales, about 30 miles northwest of Philadelphia, has this deadly virus on hand. Merck is in the process of figuring out why it was there, a source told NBC 10 on Wednesday. Coincidentally, if you believe in such thing, Bill Gates recently said that the next pandemic could be caused by terrorists releasing smallpox at airports. And then it says, move on to the next page. Holy shit. I'm not having a reaction as if this is true, but what if it is? I mean, shit. This is something to look into. Because smallpox ain't no joke. It's not like this fucking monkeypox thing where it's like, let's talk about monkeypox before Gay Pride Month, and then after Gay Pride Month is over, let's start discussing a bunch of gays who got the fucking monkeypox, and then all of a sudden, where'd that story go? It's like it's like monkeypox is supposed to be pretty fucking serious with its transmission rate, and they were talking about some kids who were infected with monkeypox. I haven't heard shit about monkeypox over the past 2 to 3 months. Has anyone else heard shit about monkeypox recently?
Nope.
Where the fuck did it go? Okay. So let's keep an eye on that.
We're now hearing about smallpox.
Pardon me?
Monkeypox has gone away. We're now hearing about smallpox.
Smallpox, I'll tell you what, when I was in basic training in South Carolina at Fort Jackson, they injected us with that shit, and I ended up getting a tattoo because I had a reaction to that vaccine where I started manifesting the fucking pox. I had to go to the hospital at Fort Jackson and get administered a whole series of fucking bags of antivirals and shit because I don't know if you can see it. I used to have a rose tattoo here before I had it burned off, but there are several pock scars because the fucking thing started spreading, and I ended up getting a low case of the fucking smallpox. So it spreads rapidly, it fucking hurts like hell, and it makes you start leaking fluids. It's like, I guess one of the dangers of smallpox is that you'll dehydrate because there's no way for your body to hold its hydration. And aside from losing fluids at an alarming rate through your skin, you're also open to infection. And that's what makes smallpox so dangerous, is that you have no defense against your environment while you're fucking dehydrating. So there we go on that. Let me go over to Jitsi and let me go and scroll up. Who had the link? Let's see. What was the next article I was supposed to cover? Does anyone remember?
It was Maine's.
Maine's article. Maine,
Yeah,
what did you
gotta
have?
Scroll up, I think.
I am looking through the Jitsi chat and I don't see anything just yet.
I think it disappeared. We were going over there. We were chatting away. Wait a minute.
Anyone see it? It is.
No.
Maine, are you still there?
No.
Is Maine still there? All right. Maybe Maine will come back later and we can look at that. We're gonna take a short break. Where is that entertainment piece which somebody supplied?
Pitbull doorbells.
Pitbull, where is it? Is it up or down? Help me out. You know my corneas are very old and dry.
It was like the third or fourth comment, so I don't know if it got overwritten. Hang on, I'll drop it again.
No Lives
Yeah.
Matter by Tom McDonald? Okay, we're going to play
That was one of them.
Okay,
and there's
we're
a
going to...
Carmen bit, too.
All right. We are going to play that one. As a matter of fact, wait a minute. We've got a George Carlin, Stupid People. Let me play that one because it's longer. And when we get back, we are going to be looking at here, let me open up my other screen. When we get back, we'll be looking at the duty of loss prevention, saving our fallen from BitChute when we get back. So let me load up this one. And I believe Maine had a Wikipedia entry regarding the Adidas Nazi connection is what Maine was speaking of. I cannot find that link at this time. Maybe we can have that link later. For now, let us take a break.
You know those people on the Jerry Springer show?
I like this guy.
Those are the average Americans.
See you guys in a bit.
Oh, yeah, believe me, below average can't get on the show. Can't get on. Below average are sitting home watching that shit on TV, getting ready to go out and vote, filling out their sample ballot. People are fucking dumb. You can say what you want about this country, and I love this place. I love the freedoms we used to have. I love it. I love that, you know. I love it when it didn't take a fucking catastrophe to get us to care for one another. I love the fact that we're on camera all the time from all angles. But you know what? You can say what you want about America. And I say I love this place. I wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't live in any other time in history in any other place. But say what you want about America. Land of the free, home of the brave. We got some dumb-ass motherfuckers floating around this country. Dumb-ass motherfuckers, you know? Yeah. Now, obviously, that doesn't include this audience. I understand that. You seem intelligent and perceptive, but the rest of them, holy jumping fucking shitballs. Dumber than a second coat of paint. And this ain't just ranting and raving. This ain't just blowing off steam. I got a little evidence to support my claim. It just seems to me, that only a really low IQ population could have taken this beautiful continent, this magnificent American landscape that we inherited. Well, actually, we stole it from the Mexicans and the Indians, but hey, it was nice when we stole it. It looked pretty good. It was pristine. Paradise. Have you seen it lately? Have you taken a good look at it lately? It's fucking embarrassing. Only a nation of unenlightened half-wits could have taken this beautiful place and turned it into what it is today, a shopping mall. A big fucking shopping mall. You know that? That's all you got. That's all you've got here, folks. Mile after mile of mall after mall. Many, many malls. Major malls and mini malls. They put the mini malls in between the major malls. And in between the mini malls, they put the mini marts. And in between the mini marts, you got the car lots, gas stations, muffler shops, laundromats, cheap hotels, fast food joints, strip clubs, and dirty bookstores. America the Beautiful. One big transcontinental commercial cesspool. And how do the people feel about all this? How do the people feel about living in a coast-to-coast shopping mall? Well, they think it's just fucking dandy. They think it is cool as can be because Americans love the mall. They love the mall. That's where they get to satisfy their two most prominent addictions at the same time, shopping and eating. Millions of semi-conscious Americans, day after day, shuffling through the malls, shopping and eating, especially eating. Americans love to eat. They are fatally attracted to the slow death of fast food. Hot dogs, corn dogs, triple bacon, cheeseburgers, deep fried butter dipped in pork fat and cheese whiz, mayonnaise soaked, barbecued, mozzarella, patty melts. Americans will eat anything, anything, anything. If you were selling sauteed raccoons' assholes on a stick, Americans would buy them and eat them, especially if you dipped them in butter and put a little salsa on them. This country is big time, pig time. Forget the bald eagle. You know what the national emblem of this country ought to be? A big bowl of macaroni and cheese. A big bowl, because everything in this country is king size. King size, extra large, and super jumbo, especially the fucking people. Have you seen some of the people in this country? Have you taken a good look at some of these big fat motherfuckers walking around? Big fat motherfuckers. Oh my God. Huge piles of redundant protoplasm lumbering through the malls like a fleet of interstate buses. The people in this country are immense, massive bellies, monstrous thighs, and big fat fucking asses. And if you stand there for a minute and you look at one of them, you begin to wonder, how does this woman take a shit? How does she shit? And even more frightening, how does she wipe her ass? Can she even locate her asshole? She must require assistance. Are paramedics trained in this field? And standing right next to her, of course, with a plate full of nachos and a mouthful of pie is her clueless fucking husband, Joe Sixpack. With his monstrous swollen beer belly hanging dangerously out over his belt buckle, this guy ain't seen his dick since the Nixon administration. And if you stand there and you look at the two of them, you begin to wonder to yourself, do these people fuck? Is this man actually capable of fucking this woman? It doesn't seem structurally possible that these two people could achieve penetration. Maybe they're in that Cirque du Soleil or something. Telling you, the people in this country, every one of them is 50 pounds overweight. They are gargantuan. And in the summertime, God help us, in the summertime, they all want to wear short pants. Jesus, Lord, protector of all that is good and holy, deliver me from fat people in short pants. They all got short pants, big bellies, fat thighs, and dumb kids. Short pants, big bellies, fat thighs, and dumb kids. Every one of them's got two dumb-ass kids with them. And the whole family is wearing T-shirts, and every one of them's got the same T-shirt. I'm with stupid. Apparently in this country, the stupids are an extended family. And besides wearing them T-shirts, everyone in the family's got on a backpack. They got a backpack strapped to their back so they can carry around lots of stupid shit. And the reason they got to carry their stupid shit strapped to their backs is because their hands must remain free at all times to hold food. And to get that food up to the mouth where it gets shoveled in with all the rest of the disgusting shit they ate that day. And another reason for the backpacks is these people are going to buy even more stupid shit. They ain't got enough stupid shit at home. They just had a stupid shit sale. They ain't going to buy more. They're going to go out in the parking lot and stuff this stuff into the big, fat, ugly, oversized SUV that's got plenty of room in it. Plenty of room in it for stupid shit and lots of room left over for these big, fat, ugly motherfuckers to get them home. Stopping, of course, for jelly roll and fried dough. These people are efficient, professional, compulsive consumers. They think of that as their national pride. It's their civic duty. Consumption. It's the new national pastime. Fuck baseball. It's consumption. The only true, lasting American value that's left, buying things. Buying things. People spending money they don't have on things they don't need. Money they don't have on things they don't need. So they can max out their credit cards and spend the rest of their lives paying 18% interest on something that costs $12.50. And they didn't like it when they got it home anyway. Not too bright, folks. Not too fucking bright. But if you talk to one of them about this, if you isolate one of them, you sit them down rationally, and you talk to them about the low IQs and the dumb behavior and the bad decisions, right away they start talking about education. That's the big answer to everything. Education. They say we need more money for education. We need more books, more teachers, more classrooms, more schools. We need more testing for the kids. You say to them, well, you know, we've tried all of that, and the kids still can't pass the test. They say, don't you worry about that. We're going to lower the passing grades. And that's what they do in a lot of these schools now. They lower the passing grades so more kids can pass. More kids pass, the school looks good, everybody's happy, the IQ of the country slips another 2 or 3 points, and pretty soon all you'll need to get into college is a fucking pencil. Got a pencil? Get the fuck in there, it's physics. Then everyone wonders why 17 other countries graduate more scientists than we do. Education. But say what you want about America, land of the free, home of the brave. We got some dumbass.
And we are back.
What year was that?
Let me rewind and find out.
You know those people on the Jerry
Sure
Springer?
missed that, dude.
One moment. Let's see. The best of George Carlin, average stupid people and dumbing down of society. Let's see. It was posted 2016.
That's got to be early 2000s, probably.
I imagine.
I believe most of that came from a special Life is Worth Losing or something like that. So whenever that came out.
Let's see.
I'll look it up.
I don't immediately see the year or which production this was extracted from.
2005.
2005. And what was the name of the show?
Life is Worth Losing.
All right, then.
And how fucking dead on was some of that shit fast forward to today?
100%.
Nice.
Lower the test scores. Oh, wow. Sound familiar?
Yes.
It's racist if you don't lower the test scores because black people can't fucking pass. So it's racist if you don't lower the test scores so that they can pass and be equality.
That's what
That's the compassionate thing to do.
That's what No Child Left Behind was about. And
can you imagine the shit that dude did if he was out there making shows today? Holy fuck.
Well, I think we know.
He'd be out there with Dave Chappelle.
Yep.
That'd be awesome.
Yep. We know exactly what would happen.
Hello, Gold.
What did he actually ended up dying of anyways? Wasn't like his death like mysterious or whatever?
I think it was cancer. I can't remember.
All right. Let's move.
I'll look it up.
To this one here. I do enjoy Moloch Bites. You can find this on BitChute. And here we go.
Boys.
Congestive heart failure.
No. I just gotta call it. Man, I don't want to get. So I had a little protege. And when I say little, I mean he's a big man. I mean he was younger. Just turned 30. Now I met him in a rehab facility 10 years ago. Almost. Yeah, no, I think it was around 10 years ago. 10 years ago. And what's fucked up is I've met him there more than once. I've been to rehab quite a bit, guys. So his mom found him today, and he wasn't returning calls. And I usually talk to him every week. I knew something was up. She found him dead. He had tinted windows in his car, and the car was parked fucked up. He'd been there for like 2 days. Fentanyl is what they think it is. And he was just about to shut the fuck up. He was just about to graduate from shut up! Kitty, of all the fucking times. Seriously. Look, you're fucking around at the wrong time, wrong place. Okay? Alright. Fuck off. Give me a couple minutes here. I'm not fucking around. You won't get treats, because you're a treat junkie. Shut up! Seriously, I can't stand it. I can't make a fucking video. Do I have to kick you outside? Get the fuck out of here. Sorry about this, guys. This cat's like a goddamn demon. Shut up! God damn, I want to soccer ball this motherfucker sometimes. Which I wouldn't do. I'd be like, kid, shut up! Shut your mouth. You can't even emotionally abuse these fuckers. Shut up! See? They abuse you. This is the thing. Cats, you know what? If you hate cats, I get it now. You're right. A lot of people say this to me. Cats are like Jews. And you know what? They are. These motherfuckers are like Jews. They piss you off. You can't do anything about it because they're so cute. Oh, man. So anyways, back to my dead friend. So this will be number 7 or 8 in 2 years. I go out to Seattle, go to his funeral. Shut up! All right. Anyways, here's the point of the fucking video. I'm sorry about the cat thing. This fucking cat. Shut up! Our community, right? And you're talking to a PhD in addiction. I've been addicted to every goddamn thing that shut the fuck up that you can think of. Everything you can think of. And I'm still here. A lot of us aren't, but I know for a fact our community suffers from this. We have to drop this. Oh my God. This is trying to make a motivational video, kitty. Shut up! Seriously. I will throw you out to. God, I wish Gary Busey was out there. You just fucking, he just gnaw you in half, you little shit. Anyway, all right, back to motivational video. Guys, what we could do is maybe just have an open mind that if you're an addict, remember, it doesn't mean you're like some piece of shit degenerate. It means there's a whole bunch of things going on with like genetics, hereditary issues. Addiction would appear to be hereditary in a lot of ways. At least that's what the numbers prove. And then throw on top of it clown world and just how fucking depressed white men are, white working class men. Like, we're getting nowhere. There's no progress. Clown world will fuck you up. It'll chew you up and spit you out. You know what? And then some kike will grab you and boof you. That's just the way of the world. We need to support each other better. I see people in chat that are fucking crazy. I mean, my channel got banned because some fucking drug addict piece of shit, out of his mind. And, it's too bad. I tried talking to the guy, but he's too fucking crazy. It's shit like that. Just loose cannons. We can bring them back into the fold. And I'll tell you what, people. There's all kinds of people in the world that scare me, but no one scares me more in terms of competitiveness in business, commerce, things like this, than a recovering addict, because they can take. If you've never been an addict, you don't understand. You have two lives. It takes twice as much energy to exist. You have to do twice as much, at least twice as much effort. And if you can redirect that or focus that into some kind of progress moving forward, those people, I'm one of them, they're extremely worthy of the series. But what got me through it, I didn't die. I should have died many, many times over. I mean, again, I'm not kidding. Everything you could think of that I've done, I've been addicted to, is fucking horrible in my 30s, later 30s. You can take that incredible energy that went into having to just procure the fucking drugs and deal with the fallout of taking it and manage your fucking shit show life. If you get through all that and you're still here, strip that away, free up your time and redirect it at whatever you want to do, and I guarantee you'll fucking smash it out of the park. And so I do not view addiction as a shameful thing. It's a natural product of clown world. And some of us, if you're German, you understand, we're predisposed to a lot of this. It's just a fact. And everyone wants to think, oh, SS, 6 feet tall, blonde hair, blue eyes, no eyeglasses, perfect in every way. Don't be fucking stupid. We suffer from addiction. It's just a fact. And so don't be afraid to talk about it, and don't cock block when someone wants to bring it up. Don't call them a degenerate or a faggot or weak-willed. If you haven't been touched by addiction personally, then you know what? Don't even say anything. But if someone's reaching out in one of our chat rooms, and then I've seen it a few times, this fucking cat, we have to deal with it. And we have to, there's people that are good at this. I'm one of them. So, anybody, if you're fucking reeling right now, and you think you're going to do something stupid, or you're feeling shitty, I want you to figure out how to get a hold of me, and I will talk to you about it. No more. I don't want to go to any more funerals. I want to hear about it. We're a rare breed. My friend, God rest his soul, he was very based, extremely based. I mean, it took me years of phone conversations with him Motherfucker done went relapse and he's dead. Can't afford those kind of losses. That's an irreplaceable right there. That man was so fucking based, so smart. God damn it. Fuck. Oh, boys. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna have a good cry. You know what? I'm gonna kick this cat and have a good cry. Have a good night. Hello, guys.
One moment while I actually supply the URL to this creator on BitChute. I am sure that no animals were hurt during the production of that content piece. I will say, as a community, we do need to be there for each other. This is not easy to navigate. It can be quite distressing, and at the same time, we have corporations which want to promote addiction and at the benefit of monetary gain. We are up against individuals who are counting on our failure, and the depression.
That's un-American.
Pardon me?
That's un-American that they're counting on our failure.
Yeah, we are a nation of builders and creators, and we come from the bloodlines of very adventurous and strong individuals. They had to be to make the journey to this country, and I'm not about to be defeated by someone else's desire for me to end my life. I have seen 2 family members who seemed to be full of hopes and dreams. Over the past 3 years, they have ended their lives, and they succumb to the addiction and the depression and the clown world aspects which we are currently living through. We are watching our members of our society be used to destroy our foundations as they are destroying themselves. And that black pill, I often say, you can lick it to get a flavor of it so you know what you're dealing with it, but don't take it. Don't consume it. Be aware of it. Such is what we are heading into. This is a battle. This is not
12 days.
Pardon me?
We got 12 days. We got 12 days.
12 days till the election process. Is that what you're referring to?
Primaries?
Yeah.
Yeah. We
No, not. It's the midterms.
Yeah.
Midterms, that's right. I'm sorry. Duh.
It is important. Here, let me see if I have a story related to that. And I listen to Malik Flays, and that cat is often a feature in the videos. I do not know the cat's name, but I can assure you that cat appears more than one time and gets cussed out in a lot of these content pieces. So I am pretty sure that that cat is doing just fine.
He's trying to tell us something.
Yeah.
Run! No.
Right. Yeah, well, I'm running
hungry.
into the battlefield, and before I run into the battlefield, I want to be as knowledgeable of my enemy as possible, because there is one thing that is, well, it's more than just one thing, but you don't run into a battlefield blind. You don't run in like just full of like, ah, without knowing what the fuck you're running into. And that is
Yeah.
the point of why people like myself, like 45-1, like Axe Truth, like Salty Cracker, and a number of other, and Malik Fillets. It's why we put out the information we put out the information that is currently being suppressed by the mainstream. The names we are called, bigots, phobes, racists, what have you, anti-Semitic, that's all designed to keep us quiet because they don't want us having these conversations. And I'll be damned if I'm not going to have conversations, not just online, but like I said before, when I go out in public, I'm not just going about my day. These days, I'm not just going about my day, keeping my mouth shut. I'm engaging people, random people, because it's important to let other people know that they're not alone, that we are the majority who are being silenced by a minority with some very nefarious shit they have planned for us. And now is not the time to be quiet and polite. And as I've said before, I'm not calling for violence. We need to provide a sensible counter narrative to the bullshit, because the future generations are what we are fighting for, in my opinion.
Here, here.
Let's see. I have a story somewhere. I have, like, you guys can't see it because I'm in another window right now, but I have like about 30 some odd tabs open, and I'm looking for the story which actually goes into what we just discussed. And do you think I can find it? I'm having some troubles. Well, here, I'll throw up this one, just because why not? Here's an image for you. It was shared earlier in the pre-show show, and I thought it was worth looking at again. Just a nice little meme to put in the mind. Let's see. It doesn't look like I can find the story which ties into this one. So I will try to pull this one. Might actually work into what we just discussed with addiction. So let me bring this up. From the Canada Free Press. Because without America, there is no free world. It's nice to know that our neighbors, that there's at least one person who is our neighbor in Canada who gets it. The Cruel Truth of Decriminalizing Hard Drug Possession. This was written October 26, 2022 by News on the Net. I do not know who exactly wrote this. They reference Andy No. Now, you guys know I'm not too versed in Twitter yet, but I'm getting better. So it says, a catatonic man sits on the ground next to a hypodermic needle outside of a business in Portland, Oregon. Drug abuse and overdoses have surged in a city following equity-inspired legislation decriminalizing hard drug possession. Let's see if I can get this right, because I often mess these links up. So let's see if I can do this. Okay, as you guys know, I'm not very good at this, but let's see, when was this? This is from October 26th, and it's from What the Fuck Portland. How do I copy this? Copy link address and drop it into the chats over here. Yes. All right, here we go.
Bro, you gotta move, man. Bro, just go in the back and have a seat right there, bro. You can't sit on front of the business like this. I don't want to do anything to you, man. Bro, you gotta move, man.
I remember in Minneapolis, when Bruce and I lived in Minneapolis, we lived in a neighborhood called Tangletown. Tangletown is a pretty posh, upper-class neighborhood in Minneapolis. And I remember when I started finding people like this fellow right here, collapsed in front of our home back in, let me see, it was around the year 2017. It was before the Black Lives Matter and such, but we were having a definite crisis problem in Minneapolis, which had been going on for quite a long time. However, now it had gotten so bad that the homeless and addicted were spilling out from the downtown areas into the surrounding neighborhoods. And it started to become common in Tangletown that people would just pass out in the boulevards or on your property, in your lawn and such. And I think maybe about like 5, 6 times a year until Bruce and I moved out of Minneapolis, I would be administering aid to individuals like this fellow right here. How did we get to this point? To where this, and the hard drug problem, there was an aspect to the article I pulled up. The cruel truth of decriminalizing hard drug possession. If we remove the stigma behind putting chemicals into the body which have such a negative effect, what is going to happen to our communities? What kind of precedent does this set for the children and for, let's say, anyone who has never been exposed to this directly, and now I'm thinking it's become so prevalent, I can't imagine there are many communities left in our nation which haven't been exposed to this kind of substance abuse and addiction. And how in the hell do you help people when they are wrapped up in addiction? I've been addicted, and I had to hit rock bottom before I managed to wake up from my addiction, still being a leftist, but at least waking up and realizing that my life had more value than flushing my existence down a fucking club drug induced party where I wasn't aware that I was a mess. Why in the world would we ever support the decriminalization of hard drugs? I get to a point where I realize the individual is somehow affected at some point in the existence of an individual. It goes off the rails. I don't understand why we would promote drug dealing. I don't get this. This is so new to me. I've been on this planet for over 50 years. So a majority of my life, this is not normal to me. And I don't understand why we would ever want to normalize this. I don't understand why my kids are so flippant about, like my stepkids. I don't understand why they're so unaffected to the point where, as I discussed in another stream, that my stepson is cooking in a pot on his mother's boyfriend's stove in Minneapolis, telling me a story about how he's making concentrates of cough syrup and Molly. And what is this other drug he mentioned? It was something about like Molly. Well, I know that they've done ketamine, and that scares the hell out of me. But the idea that these are supposed to be, according to the media, they're supposed to be privileged individuals, and they are destroying their bodies. And I'm looking at my stepkids, and they have the sores indicative of addicts. And I look at my my stepdaughter, who is now my stepson somehow, and I can see that she has cut herself numerous times. And the stepson, until recently, was proudly displaying his crimes on Instagram, and now he's in the system because he committed crimes and got caught. So now my supposedly privileged stepson is now in the fucking system and is currently on probation. As much, I don't get it. I really don't get it. So thank you, Finkelstein, for supplying that that video. How do we correct this? This is an actual epidemic, the drug epidemic, the drug pandemic. While we're being distracted by colorism and privilege, critical race theory, and these, like I think I mentioned during the pre-show, or it was earlier in this show, Dylan Mulvaney going to the White House, and the idea that we have an administration which is probably going to, by issue of executive order, make it illegal to play a role in your child's medical processes, and the decriminalization of the aspects which have been shown historically to be very detrimental to societies throughout history. Is it just a matter of 12 days from now? Is that when we're going to make our biggest difference? I think it's not just the primaries or the elections. It needs to be a daily battle. It isn't just fought one day. We have to fight this on a daily basis. And it's not going to be easy. And we do need to be there for each other, because these fuckers are going to try to train us. And in the end, they don't want us existing. They want this perverted existence. It's just a handful. I mean, in comparison to the world population, keep this in mind. It is just a handful of individuals by population. Now, granted, there are probably millions of these very immoral individuals who are supporting this. As we've seen, they've got our kids out there destroying our cities, destroying monuments, destroying our history. We need to get our kids back because they've been taken hostage by a, what is the word I'm looking for? By a dogma which will not protect them, nor will it nurture them, nor will it see them to a happy future. They are going to be used as food, more or less. And if that's not motivation to get the fuck up and start speaking out, I don't know what is. I sure as hell don't know what is. If the future generation and their well-being isn't enough, I don't know what is. All right. Is anyone still there?
Yeah, I think Zero had his hand up wanting to say something, but I'm not sure if you follow Andy No or not. I dropped a link to his Telegram in the Jitsi chat, but he's definitely worth following on Twitter.
Okay, let me take a look-see. Let's see, we've got George Carlin, and then I go down.
I'm still here. We were just chatting in the chat, in the other chat, not the Jitsi chat.
Okay. I don't have Telegram, but let's see if this works.
We were just chatting in the chat, in the other chat, not the Jitsi chat.
Oh, we're about to enter an autism loop. I hear it coming. But let's see if this works. You guys hear that too?
Yeah, it's Reverend.
Reverend Ranch, are you there?
No, I'm not here.
Well, hello.
You scared me. I thought it was me.
Yeah, it's Reverend.
What did I do?
Reverend Ranch, are you there?
I'm here.
No, I'm not here.
Well, hello.
You're echoing the background noise.
There's a feedback loop going on. All right, I don't think I can get into Telegram. I don't have a Telegram account, so I can't get in there. So, yes, unless someone else has a Telegram, and then let me know, and we can feature it in the Jitsi for those who have Telegram accounts and know how to share their screen.
I had your Audi page still up at the same time, so it was double feeding. My bad.
Okay.
If he hasn't been banned yet, he was on Twitter. I don't
He was banned on Twitter?
mess with Twitter anymore. So he may or may not be. I'm not sure.
That one surprised me if he was. Andy, no, yes, he has been a target for many anti-American groups, and let's check out this story. One moment.
So before you dig in, can I make a quick point?
Of course.
Well, an idea anyway, not really a point.
What's up?
But since Elon Musk is taking over Twitter and really hurting all their poor delicate little feelings, he's also put Kanye West back on Twitter. So I imagine if a bunch of us were to send tweets at Elon, well, first verify that Andy's not on Twitter. I bet if we sent a bunch of tweets at Elon, that he would put him back on.
Well, you know what? You're talking about Andy No, correct?
Yes.
One moment, please. Let me go over to Twitter, and I'm going to try to muddle through that.
Twitter.
Oh my God, we're going to actually check real information instead of talking about what we don't know?
Well, I think that's what we do.
That is so weird. That's racist.
Well, then I'm a racist. Which one is the real Andy No?
I'm not sure.
There are a lot of different Andys here. There's this one. I don't know if that's the real Andy No. Does anyone know the real Andy No's? What do you call it? Whatever this is, this at.
Look into it.
Pardon me?
Look into it.
Look, I'm trying to look into it. I don't know how.
Click in and see.
Oh, click in. That's not Andy No. Is that Andy No? Is that Andy No?
Hold on, your screen's pixelated. I'm trying to look.
Okay. Oh, and I'm not sharing it right now because I have another story up in the shared tab.
I don't think that's him.
I don't think that's him either. If anyone has the actual Andy No, drop it in the Odysee.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm going to move over to, while that is being done, I'm going to talk about this from Canada Free Press, another Canadian article. And again, their tagline is, because without America, there is no free world. This one is called, let's see, and which date is this from? This is also from October 26th, 2022. Antifa direct action at the Child Drag Queen show at Old Nick's Pub in Eugene, Oregon. At the direct action at the Child Drag Queen show at Old Nick's Pub in Eugene, Oregon, to oppose conservatives protesting the event, Antifa assaulted a homeless... Why would they assault a homeless man to the ground? What the fuck? We're about to find out. The child had been trained by a drag mom who was jailed on pedophile... Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, let's look into this, shall we?
Weird. Antifa assaulting and pedophile charges. Wow.
I just don't know. Let's look.
Always.
All right. Before I go into the video, I'm going to read this. Okay, it's from Jeremy Lee Quinn. Pardon me?
And I'm dropping Andy Knows shit in Odyssey.
Thank you. All right. So, from Jeremy Lee Quinn on Twitter, a white check mark. I don't know what the white check mark means. Can you tell me what one is, though, so I can correct, like in this situation below, which one is the fascist, the transient in the puffy jacket, or the leftist in black bloc that strikes him down? Let's find out. Here we go. understand why people treat each other like this. I don't understand what that had to do with a drag mom. I don't understand. I don't know what I'm looking at. Did I just see, is this staged or was that real? Because I did I miss something here?
Thugs are showing up to basically stop people from protesting these drag shows, is what's going on.
Okay, so I see a transgender flag. I see, what is this? Okay, protect trans youth. I see that over there. So all these people, and the sad thing is, I think my kids would actually participate in this bullshit. All these people think that trans youth is a real thing? Is that what
No. There's a flip side to that coin.
What
They
is
want
it?
to talk about protect trans youth, but here we are worried about protecting our kids from trans youth. We have to protect ourselves from LGBTQRSTD, whatever.
Why?
That's the point we've gotten to, and that's the part that nobody's talking about, is that all of this movement stuff they're using as a weapon, not as, a rights platform.
To me, from my life experience dealing with the gender affirming care medical world, I am strongly opposed to doing this to kids. I don't understand why these people want this to be imposed on kids. I don't understand it. It is going to lock a child into a lifetime of medical bondage. How? Go on.
Can I give you some insight? Well, you said you don't understand. I'm going to help you understand. All of this is collateral damage to their hate of people like us. People that say you have to be accountable for your behavior. You have to be responsible for the decisions you make, you and you alone. They hate. And so, in the process of their hate, they're going to go after anything and everything they can. And now their hate has reached so far that they've openly said, we're going to attack your children too.
They hate children.
No. They hate us, and our children are their collateral damage. They're what they consider acceptable collateral damage.
They're doing it to their own children as well, though. That's just what I don't. I
Well,
I can get if they want. I mean, from a. Pardon me.
Well, it's all founded in psychosis, so there's not going to be any. You're looking for reason and understanding in literally psychotic behavior. And I don't mean psychotic like as in the hyperbole, movie version of psychotic. I mean literal psychological definition of psychosis, that this isn't reasonable behavior. This is the equivalent of emotional vomit without any logic.
Do they realize what is going to. Pardon me?
Oh, you just said he'll be right back.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question. I don't expect anyone to have the answer because it would require to know the machinations of these people's minds. My question is, do they not understand what they are going to lock these children into for the rest of their lives? Do they not understand that they are... Pardon me?
I have the answer to that.
Yeah?
No, they don't understand. No, they haven't thought anything out. No, they have not engaged in the process of logic. It is literally emotional vomit without logic.
I want to point out a truth, and this is specific to male to female transition. If you are a parent and if you are watching this, and if you go and take your male child at a young age, and if you put them on puberty blockers, you are going to harm your child for the rest of their life. And if you castrate your male child, you are going to make them hormonally dependent for the rest of their lives. Can you afford, I just want to ask you parents out there, can you afford the hormones for the rest of your child's life into adulthood? That's one aspect. Because if your answer is no, then when your child, your biologically male child, is no longer supplied with estrogen, let's say your child turns 18, becomes an adult, and is responsible for their own bills, and if they cannot get their hands on estrogen, your child turning into an adult will go through menopause. And that means that you are handicapping your son who you think wants to become your daughter. You have just created a severely handicapped child. That is child abuse. I want to be perfectly clear on that aspect. If you are doing this to your daughter and having them undergo a hysterectomy or a freaking bilateral mastectomy, you are removing any chances for your daughter to ever experience life in the way a female body is meant to. And if you are doing this to your children, regardless of if they are male or female, you are going to remove any possibility for your child to mature into an adult who has the ability to have the passion you experienced while creating your child. You will remove so much from their lived experience. You are a monster if you do this to your child.
So I have a request.
Yeah, what's up?
And I think it's a very important one. Can you okay, you just covered 2 point of topics, male to female and then female to male, generally speaking. So would you, not just for me, but for everybody we can share that point of view with, would you please consider making a 1-minute video on each one? Just a very direct, no sugarcoating, just very direct. Everything you just said, and just state it directly, a 1-minute video on each topic that we can take and share on social media. Because I think more people than will gravitate to your show here on Odysee need to see that and need to be confronted with that point of view. Many of the people that are doing this, that are going through this, they're so busy in their emotional vomit that they have not. And it's just like everything else with our politics and all this lefty crap, is that they're so caught up in emotions and feelings that they don't consider the long-term effects or the damage that it does to the other people around them. They're just worried about how they feel right now. Their current temper tantrum is the only thing that counts. And we need to literally rub their nose in what they're doing long-term. And how many people, and this is the thing I think about, the psychological effect of all of this is going to take what has been normally and atrociously normal, I'll admit, 40% suicide rate, and it's going to crank that up to probably double. We're going to see in our lifetimes, we're going to see an 80% suicide rate in transgender. That's my prediction, because that's how detrimental this stuff is. So if you would please consider making those 2 videos, and I'll help in any way that I can as well. But if you would make us those 2 1-minute videos, I myself personally will share them repeatedly on every social media platform that I'm on.
I won't consider it because I will do it. After I review today's stream, I'll come to this point and I will be reminded. And by this weekend, I will have 2 1-minute videos covering each of these topics. It does not require me to consider. It will be done.
I appreciate it.
It will be done, Reverend. It will be done.
I did not want to assume. So.
By all means.
You know what happens when you assume.
Well, you make an ass of you and me. And in this case, we've got an info battle going on. So yes, I will make those 1-minute shorts. They might be a little bit longer than 1 minute. Might be a little bit longer than 1 minute, but probably not more than 2.
The reason I say 1 minute is because we have an issue of attention span. So
I know
the point needs to be done almost like mimetically. It needs to be quick and it needs to be a gut punch.
I understand.
And that's what I that's why 1 minute or less. If you can put it all together in a quick gut punch statement, that would be amazing.
I will.
Wait. Hold on. What was Reverend saying? I lost track. He was talking for over 60 seconds.
See what I mean?
Take some of that jewelry off.
I want to go back to something else you mentioned about being caught up in the emotions and all the stuff. I can speak very intelligently on that because that's exactly how I went through this process. I got caught up in the emotions and the positive reinforcement from all the people who were gender affirming me, only to find out later that the very people who were supportive because they were pressured to support me. 2 of my husband's friends, who are my acquaintances, told me just last week over the dinner table, we were shocked when you said you were transitioning. We didn't understand why you were transitioning, and we were being nice because society expects us to support this. And when we had an honest conversation about it, now it's 6 some odd years later, after the fact, one of them was the pediatrician, as a matter of fact, was apologizing to me for not speaking his mind at the time and felt very sorry that he didn't speak up. Imagine feeling like you are responsible for someone else's actions, and I had to tell this person, you are not responsible for what I did. I am just happy that he woke up and realized as a pediatrician, because now he's confiding and saying that in his line of work, he is being coerced into providing gender affirming care for the patients he sees. And may I remind you, he's a pediatrician.
Right. And here's a thing to think about this. And this is why I find such a problem with almost every aspect of all these progressive ideals. There's an interview with Jordan Peterson where he's, and I can't remember her name, just mouthy blonde bitch is my best description of her. But she asked Jordan Peterson, she says, what right do you have to offend someone else by misgendering them? And his answer was very succinct. It says, how do we find out truth? How do we make our way in the world if we don't take a risk of offending someone, if we don't take the risk of being offended? And then he tells this woman, he says, you have no problem offending me with your behavior now. Why should their rights be any different? And that's the real truth of it is we all have to get over this idea of being offended or somehow hurt, because being offended is a decision. Because in that moment, even Jordan Peterson said, if you watch that interview, he says that it's perfectly acceptable to him to be offended. It doesn't bother him in the slightest. And therefore, he's chosen to not be invested in that offensiveness. Instead, he chose to engage it. And that's the thing with the rest of us. We have to not only accept that we're going to be offended or we're going to hear things that we dislike, but also the fact that, like you said, somebody that's a pediatrician, and particularly pediatricians in dealing with children, the statements have to be blunt and truthful, and the risk of offense cannot be, a consideration in that endeavor.
Absolutely. We are at the 3rd minute after 11 o'clock, 4th minute now after 11 o'clock. It is, as you guys know, I drink a lot of coffee, and about once every hour, I like to take a break. If anyone has about a 5-minute clip, which they would like to share, that would be wonderful. It appears that Andy No is not, has not been dissolved off Twitter at this time. Andy No, check in. Let's see. Are we following Andy No, by the way? Let's see. We are now.
Up there.
We are following Andy No now.
I follow Andy No.
Yes. Love Andy No. He is
Because I'm a
boots-
homophobe
Well, of course you are. He's a boots on the ground
and
patriot.
a racist.
Let us see what's going on over here.
So apparently, PayPal has put that $2,500 fee thing back in.
Oh yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, they have. Yeah,
Well-
they will fine you if you say something they don't like.
That's just.
I'm waiting for
wonderful.
the court cases to arise over that as well, because that's them giving themselves excuses to take your money. I'm waiting for their first action on that, because I guarantee you that's gonna fall back in their face.
Yeah, and whoever sues, I hope they win bigly.
I hope so too.
It should fall back in their face.
All right.
And by the way, on TikTok, that video is going around, and
Which one is it?
Encouraging everybody to drop PayPal. The video's going around where they're explaining that they put the $2,500 fine thing back in.
And where is that particular video?
I don't have it saved, but I've seen it on TikTok. I was on TikTok this morning looking at my videos, and I seen that one just probably 20 times just getting through my own videos.
All right. Finkelstein's going to be providing a break video, and the PayPal. Oh, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be interesting to see how this is going to resolve. This is going to be very interesting.
Yes.
It'll be. Oh my gosh, Finkelstein. Oh my lord. Thank you. All right. So Finkelstein has provided the break video. So here we go. On this, we are going back to BitChute from Malik Falaise. I've seen this one. All right. Enjoy. I'll be back. Shoot. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Enjoy. I'll be back in just a bit.
Go see several priorities for the global agenda. We must continue to fight against the global pandemic. We must revitalize the global economy and accelerate its transition to net zero. We must preserve biodiversity by deploying nature-based solutions. And we must narrow the gap between the rich and the poor to achieve more sustainable global development.
I really appreciate these. I believe I had made a comment on this, and I said, I don't know which film this is from. My reaction is, this is accelerated decay. I don't believe the people calling for a reset fully understand that destruction doesn't just stop when they want it to stop. The catalysts will continue to function well beyond their desire to control that which, they fully show, they have no understanding of to begin with. And I make that statement as a note of how things are currently being handled. They want a reset where they're still in control, and what the reset is an admission that they fucked up. So why in the hell would we ever put or leave them at the levers of control when they couldn't even manage the shit to begin with? They can't manage it.
I think it's worse than that.
Oh, please.
It's not that they fucked up. It's that they are fucking us up. They're doing this on purpose. And why would we ever want anybody who would do this to us on purpose?
I sure as hell wouldn't want any. I sure as if I would not do this. Not even on my worst day would I ever do this to people. Again, this has been Moloch Fillets, and I'm dropping the link back into the chat again. Please, by all means, go check out Moloch Fillets on BitChute. Some very thought-provoking content provided by this creator. Let's see. We are in our last hour. In about 46 minutes, we will conclude this stream. I would like to bring our next our next item on the list to the attention of the savages. Let's look at this. Oh, from US Blues. Can you guess how their bias might be leaning? Let's find out. All right, this is from June 3rd, 2020, actually. So this is a bit of a historical note on where have we come from the time this article was written to the present. Amplify Black voices. People of color don't need us to speak. They need us to listen. Let's just do a history review. Oh dear, this is quite lengthy, but you know what? We have time. Here we go. Let me start here. And who is this who's writing this? Someone called Beat Editors or whatever. I don't know. This person apparently doesn't want to use their real name. All right, let me start here. I'm a white woman. I have a lot to say about the protest, police brutality, race relations in the United States, and George Floyd. You won't, however, find any of that here. Well, then what the fuck, lady? Okay, here's why. There are millions of people of color, and they can speak for themselves. Oh, okay, I see where you're going with this. Yes, I am an ally, but this isn't our moment to be heard. It is our moment to use our privilege and voice to amplify their voices, to stand in solidarity, to kneel in protest, and to march for our shared convictions. And then it goes on. How to be an ally. I read recently, and the reason why I'm reading this out and why I'm sharing this information is because it gives us insight into the thought patterns behind what we are seeing in society today. It's the information that we don't readily digest, maybe, and maybe I'm a little biased, but I don't typically digest this Okay? When I approach my stepkids, and one of them's quite a bit lefty, and my husband, who is on the left, they don't want to discuss this stuff. So I have to research what other authors from the left side are talking about today, having come from a left aspected community. I'm not up to date on whatever the current programming is. My NPC chip had been removed, and also with the help of the members of this community, whether it be the Axe Truth community, the Pond Friends, through Pastor Chatelet, Salty Cracker, what have you, Reverend Rant. I don't have very many leftist chips left in me. I don't know if I have any leftist programming left in me at all, other than the memory of what it was like to be coded as a leftist. So I'll continue. How to be an ally. I read recently a fantastic piece by Courtney Ariel, I have no idea who that is, on how to be a better ally, and it resonated with me. If you want to learn about how to be a better ally, it starts by educating yourself and continues by listening. Her closing statements stick with me. Above all, I urge you to keep trying. You're going to make mistakes. Expect this, but keep showing up. Be compassionate. Lead with empathy always. Keep learning and growing. If you do this, I truly believe you'll all be doing the work of an ally. On the left, I had a very distorted view of what empathy is. To be empathic on the left is to subjugate another person with your dogma. It is to understand how to manipulate the person you are in the presence of. It is not empathy as I understand it today, where you can the way I understand empathy today is that I can see your point of view, and I do not have to subscribe to your point of view. I can acknowledge your point of view without internalizing it. On the left, to my recollection, the definition of empathy is you will acknowledge followed by subscription. If you do not subscribe, then you are not empathic. So I want to set the definitions. Another thing I read recently by Shola McEmrich, I have no idea who that is either, whose viral Facebook post explained why he always walks in his neighborhood with his daughters. It is good reading for anyone who wants to understand why people of color are done with quiet, ignorable protests. I guess he says, twice a day I walk my dog Ace around my neighborhood with no one, or both of my girls. I know that doesn't seem, and then it just... What? Really? Lady? Ugh. Okay, full text. Okay, twice. Okay, now we're going to this. Twice a day, I walk my dog Ace around my neighborhood with one or both of my girls. I know that doesn't seem noteworthy, but there's something that I must admit. Okay, this person wants to make a confession. I would be scared to death to take these walks without my girls and my dog. In fact, is this a dude? This is a dude who's scared to death to take a walk without my girls. Okay, we're going to find out why, I hope. In fact, in the 4 years living in my house, I have never taken a walk around my neighborhood alone, and probably never will. Sure, some of you may read this and think that I'm being melodramatic or that I'm playing the race card. I don't even have any substance to even draw that conclusion yet, sir. I still have no clue what the hell means, but this is my reality. Okay. When I'm walking down the street holding my young daughter's hand and walking my sweet fluffy dog, I'm just a loving dad and pet owner, taking a break from the joylessness of crisis homeschooling. Dude! You look at homeschooling as a crisis? Or joylessness? Your children, I don't have biological kids, but if I had biological kids, I imagine that the kids would be my heart and soul and joy. They would be the apple of my eye. I would cherish my children. Oh, I don't know how to process that sentence, but I'll continue. But without them by my side almost instantly, I morph into a threat in the eyes of some white folks. Okay. Instead of being a loving dad to two little girls, unfortunately, all that some people can see is a 6 foot 2 inch athletically built black man in a cloth mask who is walking around in a place where he doesn't belong. Why? Even though I'm still that same guy who just wants to take a walk around through his neighborhood. It's equal parts exhausting and depressing to feel like I can't walk around outside alone for fear of being targeted. Why? If you're surprised by this, don't be. We live in a world where there's a sizable amount of people who actually believe that racism isn't a thing and that white privilege is a made up fantasy to be politically correct. Yes, even despite George Floyd, Christian Cooper, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor, and countless other examples before them, and many to come afterward, some people still don't seem to get it. Dude, you just mentioned people who, well, a number of them are criminal, and I don't know about Ahmaud Arbery too much. And apparently, Breonna Taylor, they didn't even know Breonna was there. It was, from what I remember from that, okay, here goes. Lefty bias, here we go. Okay, whatever, I'll continue. So let me share some common sense points. Okay, tell me your common sense, sir. Having white privilege, see, I just want to make this clear. I left the left before this whole narrative started, so I'm really out of touch with whatever the fuck this programming is, but I'll continue. Having white privilege doesn't mean your life isn't difficult. It simply means that your skin color isn't one of the things contributing to your life difficulties. Case in point, if it was never crossed your mind that you could have the cops called on you or worse killed for simply bird watching, then know this is a privilege that many black, brown people, myself included, don't currently enjoy. You ran across a crazy lady who overreacted to your presence. Either she was meant I know what this one is. This is about that one lady who totally like Karened out at like a dog park, I believe. And this guy has a dog. What you met, sir, is you are referring to an instance of a woman who was mentally ill, because we don't address mental illness properly in this country anymore. Using a mentally ill individual as an example of white supremacy or racism is a bit of a reach. I'm just saying. Okay, number 2. Responding to Black Lives Matter by saying all lives matter is insensitive, tone deaf, and dumb. All lives matter can't matter until Black Lives Matter. Who says I'm seeing plenty of people in predominantly black communities who are very vocal, at least on the news I watch, maybe not so much in the mainstream, but I've seen plenty of documentation of people in black communities who are black who are very vocal about the crimes in their community, black on black crime. And we're not allowed to talk about black on black crime. All lives do matter, including black lives. I don't understand how that would subtract. Anyway, number 3, racism is very real, and please don't delude yourself into thinking it's limited to the fringes of the hardcore MAGA crowd. As Amy Cooper proved, is just as prevalent in liberal America as it is anywhere else. I agree, it is very prevalent in liberal America by the new definition of what a liberal is, due to critical race theory and telling children telling them that their skin color matters. Yesterday, Maine supplied a video which vapor locked me for a moment, and it was showing it was 2-part video. One was black people or I hate this term, people of color, because it's like they're people. in my mind. So the ones who are promoting the racism are the same people who are telling us that we're racist. That doesn't, I can't process that. Number 4, while racism is real, reverse racism is not. Please don't use that term ever. Why? I don't use the term reverse racism. If you look at someone else and devalue them by virtue of their skin color, you're a racist. It's pretty simple, sir. Now, granted, this was written back a couple of years ago, so maybe his point of view has changed. But I'm reading this to figure out how we ever got to this point. Number 5. In order for racism to get better, white allies are absolutely critical. If you're white and you've read this far, hopefully you care enough to be one of those allies. I've always been. Please continue, and it wasn't dependent on your skin color, sir. I've always been a humanitarian. I mean, even when I was a drugged up whore, I was still a polite whore. Okay, please continue to speak up despite some of your friends and family rolling their eyes at you. You're making a lot of presupposition here. Because your voices matter to people of color now more than ever. Special shout outs to friends Becky, Catherine, Dory, Elizabeth, Greta, Jessica. Okay, so these are personal friends. And if you're white, this is number 6, and if you're white, you're still choosing to stay silent about this, then I honestly don't know what to say. If these atrocities won't get you to speak up, then honestly, what will? Also, it's worth asking, why be my friend if you aren't willing to take a stand against actions that could get me hurt or killed? It's hard to believe that you ever cared about me in the first place. Sir, you're asking me to look at you as less than human or less than my equal. Sir, I don't know if you're out there, Doug? Or what is your name? Why would you ever want me to look at you as less than my equal? I don't know why you wrote that, and I know it wasn't to me, but it's to white people in general. Sir, I never looked at people who aren't white as anything but another human being. I don't find myself. Is this what they feel? That's really shitty.
That's some crap.
That's a horrible way to approach life.
When you were reading it, all I could flash back to was college and feminist. Well, they closed the women's studies program, and then they instituted university-wide. So everybody now had to take a gender class. I can't remember what they called it. It wasn't women's studies anymore. Gender studies. That's what it was. Gender studies. So they closed the women's studies. I want to say, I don't remember what exact year that was. It was right after 9/11. It was right after 9/11, 2001. They closed it. They closed the women's studies, and they instituted in the California State UC, or in the California system, college system. They now every student had to take gender studies. They had to take one gender studies as a prerequisite of their general education, and that's where they teach this. Everything he wrote, that was a paper he wrote. I don't know. It was probably a paper he wrote in school. It sounds like a college paper that you would turn in as an undergrad. That was my flashback.
Is this what people actually think? Is that what's actually being promoted? Is this why our cities burned? Is this why the communities were destroyed? Is this what people believe? That's horrible. Why would anyone ever promote this?
the new curriculum as of 2001, I would believe that they were pushing with the gender studies stuff. So we're 21 years into it.
This has to be it. This can't. No, this is not what we're about. Is that what they think of us?
I mean, at a certain extent, that's what they're being taught. But I really think, honestly, what I'm hearing from the younger people is that they're actually doing the research, but the research is getting confused because they're doing a Google research or whatever, and Google's not ever going to tell you the truth about everything. They're going to give you pieces of the picture, but you can't stop there when you're doing research. You can't stop just at the. You can't. And so I think the kids are getting a little smarter. They got you. There's going to be obviously the ones that they've already retarded. With not allowing them to go to school and stuff, but there was parents that took advantage of that situation and have brought their kids closer to the church and learning. And the Bible is our history lesson, and I know a lot of people are down about education, but learning the humanities, learning about the other cultures, the Egyptian culture, and one of the things that makes me think about the Egyptian culture is they had a very weight balance system. When you went to the gates of hell, I believe it was, or the heaven, wherever Horus was, and he would take your heart and put it on the scale, and depending on your good deeds or your bad deeds, where you were going to go. Well, Jesus is not doing that. Jesus is not holding his hands out and looking at your good works and your bad works. We know we're not judged by our works. Right, Reverend Rant?
We are judged by our heart.
This is. I don't know who wrote this. If you ever come across this video, sir or ma'am or whoever you are, that's not what we're about. At least I'm not about that. I am MAGA. I am a patriot. I am a person who believes in defending our home and our nation, and you are a part of it. And I don't understand your lived experience. I understand people I have lived with. I don't understand why you want me to look at you in a way which is unequal to the way I look at anyone else. Sir or ma'am, I can't subscribe to what you want me to subscribe to. I will not look at you because you're a different skin color. I'm not going to look at you.
Hateful people only see hate. Racist people only see racism. Sad people only see sadness.
Fat girls only see the chocolate cake.
And then they
when,
went, that whole
thing. When God says we are judged by our heart as much as our deeds, that's what he means is it's one thing to try and fail, but it's another thing to not have good intention to begin with. So when he says you're judged by your heart, it's judged by what you set out to do. You're judged by the works that you bring forward. From the fullness of a good heart, a man speaks good things. So if you're not speaking good things, then you don't have a good heart. See what I'm saying?
I see.
And that's where that comes from is what you see inside, what you feel inside of you is what you express outside of you.
Well, I am so blessed to have left the left before this was the new dogma, because this is not. I can't subscribe. I will never subscribe.
Right. You are blessed to have an opportunity to have a relationship with Christ, and through him, our Father God. And then when the day comes that you knock on God's door, he's going to open his door and he's going to look at you and he's going to say, I know you. You have made mistakes. You have been imperfect, but I know you. You are one of mine. Please come in.
What about these people, though? If this is how they view creation, and if this is what
if somebody came to your door and asked to come into your house, and you didn't know them, would you let them in?
I would ask them what they need. I would ask them what they need, and if I could help them, I would. I have done this in the past,
But
and I would.
would you blindly let somebody you don't know into your house?
I have.
No.
I have.
See what I'm saying?
But I
Well, why
have.
would God let somebody he doesn't know into their house, regardless of their deeds? Why would he let them into their house if he doesn't know them? The relationship is first and foremost. It's okay to be imperfect, but if we stand on God's word and God's foundation, then we treat each other perfectly. The part that most people don't understand, they don't seem to grasp, is the big picture of the good book, God's word given to us in written form, is his plan. His plan for us is liberty, prosperity, and peace, to be safe. Everything that we worry about, like all this stuff with the children and everything else, God's plan fixes that if but everybody would just follow it.
And can you correct me if I'm wrong? Not everybody believes in the same heaven, and they don't want to be in our heaven anyways.
Well, the majority of the people that say that, well, if I have to, and I was one of those people at one point, if I have to spend eternity with all these people I can't stand, then why would I want to? Why would I want to follow Christ? I wouldn't want to spend eternity with the quote unquote church people. I can't stand them. But the reality is, you come to the conclusion that the majority of the church people, the quote unquote church people, are Pharisees. They are people that hold themselves separate. And what that means is that they are following religion. They are not following Christ. They are following the church. They are not following God's word.
Amen.
From what I've observed, the aspect of God's word is actively being written over in our mainstream. I've seen it. I've seen the condemnation of Christian beliefs. I've seen the articles stating that there is no divinity. I have seen the articles talking about Christians being afraid of the rapture. And Salty Mad Jamison, you ass. It might be the estrogen, but I can also I can have an emotional response, I'm pretty sure, when my heart is so moved without the estrogen. So I'm pointing.
I was crying too for the lost souls, so you're not alone.
Yes.
Well,
yes. Salty Mad Jamison.
I've got a point to make.
Yes, go on.
So say that there is no God.
Say there is.
For argument's sake. For
Okay.
argument's sake, say that there is no God, the whole thing is a fallacy.
Go on.
So what we do and how we act on the face of this earth is the only thing that counts. No life after death, no spirituality, no nothing. Just the decision to principality. If, and it's a big if you care about your family, if you care about your genetic line, if you care about anything bigger than yourself, wouldn't you want the world to be a bigger place even after you're gone? Wouldn't you want the world to be a bigger, better place for those you leave behind? Do you have any care? And that's really the distinction. Do you have any care for anything other than yourself? All of these people, they talk about unity and tolerance, but the reality is that they're all selfish little children that don't even care about the person standing next to them. Because the real truth is, the real honest bottom line is if you care about somebody as much as or more than you care about yourself, then the very exact same principles that we stand upon in the Bible, in the good book, on God's word would still apply. Even without God, the word is still applicable. The word is still the only instruction manual that is going to get us to liberty, prosperity, and peace on earth. And if anybody values peace on earth, if they value safety, if they value being able to let their children play in the streets without worrying about pedophiles and homicidal maniacs, then we still have to stand on those same principles.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree because I come from a time when we could leave our doors unlocked and when the children could leave the homes and be out of the visual purview of their parents, and we were safe.
So A good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth that which is good, and an evil man out of the evil treasures of his heart bringeth forth that which is evil. For the abundance of the heart his mouth speaketh.
Amen.
Luke 6:45. And that's the truth. And that's the other part of it about this particular little book right here that everybody looks down their nose at. Just basic wisdom. Again, even if you ignore God, even if you get up and you say, I don't believe in God, God doesn't exist, it's all a lie, there's still so much wisdom that applies to daily life right here. There's knowledge, there's understanding all right here that has nothing to do with whether or not you believe in God.
Absolutely.
And that, by the way, my friends, is the very testimony of God, is the fact that this book is so perfectly understanding and dealing with what we would lovingly refer to as the human condition.
This is true. This is true.
It's a good guide. It's a good guide on how to live your life.
That's it.
Regardless, like you know, under the premises
Right.
that you said, regardless, you know, you can't. You know, if you already know when you put your hand on the hot burner, you're going to burn yourself, then why are you going to do it?
Yep.
Well, the thing is, like with children, they don't know, and you could use that
They don't.
as a parable for living. It's like you won't know until you do it, and sometimes the experience is going to burn you.
So, having good families are going to teach you those things, and they're trying to get us away from good families. So we need to, you know, rebuild the family, and yeah.
So if you do believe in God, if you do stand on your faith and your relationship with our Creator, with our Father, through His Son, then I have a word for you. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, I will hear them from heaven. I will forgive them of their sins, and I will heal their land. So my recommendation to everybody listening is to humble yourself and pray.
Thank you, Reverend. And this is what we do. And this is what we'll use to make it through this. It's a battle. All of these dark principalities, which are now more than evident, undeniable works of darkness, we need to stay strong for each other and for what's to come, and the light, which is part of our very essence, it can never be put out. That's one thing to understand first and foremost. That divine light can never be put out, as much as the world and those things which work within it would want to cover it. You can't lose that light.
And you're absolutely right. It is our responsibility as believers to hold up that light, that beacon of freedom and prosperity and of safety, the big safety net to the rest of the world that the United States has always been. We are the lighthouse that holds up the shining light, and that shining light is God and God's word. And here's the truth. Even in 2 Timothy 4:3 says, for a time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lust shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears. And that's what he means, the echo chambers. People will only want to hear what is convenient to them, and they will not listen to reason or anything, like we're talking about logic. It's all emotional vomit, and it's evil begat out of weakness. And for those of us who are the light bearers, for those of us who are the banner bearers, the flag bearers, the ones who want to hold strong and stand up, it is our responsibility, just as you say, to not only hold on to that light, but to hold it up and to share it and to keep it shining and to bring as many people as we can out of the darkness. Because the facts of the matter is that there's going to be some that no matter how high you hold that light, they will never see it. So it's left to us to do it.
There will be some. This is true. As I was taught as a child, it only takes a spark to get a fire going.
Yep.
And soon all
Amen.
those around you are going to be lit with its glowing. This is how that works.
When you go to a candlelight service, or at least any candlelight service that I've been to, in the beginning, they only light one candle. And the congregation passes that flame from candle to candle until we all have a piece of that same light.
I've been to such gatherings, and they are you feel a presence, and that is awesome.
Where two or more come together in my name, I will be there.
That's happening right now, guys.
Amen.
Can I ask you about the vigils where they do the candle lighting? Now, both sides use that, right? The satanic people do those.
Yeah,
too?
they use it. They misunderstand it. They use it for their own comforting, comforting themselves and mourning the one they lost. They don't realize that the action of it is based on that premise of sharing God's light with each other while praying for the passing of the one we love.
So, I'm a little confused. So, when they're doing their ritual, is it actually, are they invoking?
No.
They're invoking this, not our spirit, their spirit.
No, they from what I've seen, and I actually, because I'm very intense on psychology and sociology as well, and I see that when I watch these instances, like in the media and stuff, I see that very few people are expressing any understanding of God's word, and they're just doing it more as a comforting ceremony. Somebody died. This is what we do. We have to do the things we're supposed to do because this is what life calls for. And please understand that this is many of the people on the left are so emotionally explosive, so emotionally vomitous that they're not dialed into what is appropriate or not appropriate to feel during a specific circumstance. So they tend to have these actions based on what they think they're supposed to do rather than what they feel they're supposed to do, because the waters of their feelings are so muddied and tumultuous that they don't even know the right thing to feel when the time comes to feel it. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm just still a little bit confused. Well, I guess I'm not confused. I am confused. So when they do the ritual, the lighting of the candle, which is based in Christianity,
Mm-hmm.
and then they're doing it at somewhere where they're not participating in the Christian part of it, does it become a satanic? Is it like
No, it's back to the fulfillment of your heart.
Yeah. Okay. So
if they're not making it
okay.
satanic, then it's not satanic. But also on the flip side, if they're not making it godly, then it's not godly either. It's just an act, a ceremonious act.
Okay.
And in the same example, that if you go to get baptized but your heart is not given to God, you're not into
right,
being washed in the faith, then all you're doing is taking a swim.
yeah, okay, that makes sense to me.
Yeah,
That makes
so
total sense.
you're still committing the act, but it means nothing without the heart behind it.
So, but somebody could have just is it? I guess it's each individual person on how that actual ritual is going to
Yes.
affect them, and some of them might have the wrong intent in their heart as far as
But
accepting the
even
candle.
right,
And
even in the church, even in church during services, when you have the candlelight service, each individual is only going to be as righteous in their act in that service as their relationship with God is. To some, it's going to be, an exceptional experience and reaffirming their relationship with Christ, and other people, it's just going to be a nice act to share a candlelight flame with other people. See what I'm saying? It all comes down to what your the abundance of your heart is.
I get it. I get it now.
That's what Jesus was when he was talking on this. When he did the Sermon on the Mount. What I was talking about earlier in Luke 6:45. That's what he's talking about. You are whatever the abundance of your heart is, and that's what all of this is everything that we see is you are. That's why I say racist screams are racist, because the abundance of their heart is racism. You see what I'm saying? That's how we see the world, through the abundance of our heart, the abundance of how we feel, what we believe. That's what's in our heart. So if you believe that the world is shit, you're only going to see shit. If you believe that the world is racist, you're only going to see racism. If you believe that the world is good, then you're only going to see goodness. You see what I'm saying?
I totally get it now. And I always relate everything back to my food addiction. If all I see is that food is for my pleasure instead of food is for, I eat to live, not live to eat.
Right.
I have to have that in my mind all the time, because the addiction, I would be 350 pounds instead of what I am now.
Right.
And I have to see that. I have to recognize that that's my sin that I'm living in. Not that eating food is a sin, because eating food is not a sin. You need a certain amount of food to live.
But
I don't need to eat the wrong food either.
Overabundance is the sin. It's like wine, even Jesus drank wine. Jesus turned, water into wine. Jesus turned water into the best wine. And a quick interjection, a lot of people don't know about that story, is that wine was worth a lot of money. So for him to give that wedded couple such an abundance of the top class wine of the time was the same as to give them a dowry, to give them, a financial head start that was beyond, what they would have had. But still, it came back to, and it even says it a few times in the book, that, it's okay to have wine with dinner. It's actually good for us to have, a glass of wine, and it's bad for us to have a bottle of wine.
That was from the wedding of Canaan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, guys, we are almost to the end of today's stream. I would like to say in the chat, I have presented the Odysee link to Reverend Rant at American Citizen. I have also provided the link to the new Patriot Hangout with your host, Reverend Rant. I have also supplied a link to 45.1 Actual. I had quite a number of tabs left, but there is no way that I'm going to get to all these tabs today. I would like to thank everyone for being here. Maybe play one more video now that we've reached the end, because I believe King of Casual supplied something. With the permission of Reverend Rant Kelly, King of Casual, and the I can't see the names in the Jitsi, is now an opportune time to play another video.
Yeah, I'm down.
It's your world. I just live in it.
I just
It's
want to
your
say
world.
this.
We're just visiting.
Before I play this video, Reverend Rant, thank you so much for providing the sermon and the passages, the scripture, and the clarity. Thank you, Reverend.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
All right, here we go with this, and then I will be back to close out the show. Here we go.
Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Tell me I ain't got no chance. I say screw it. Looking at me funny like fuck you doing. Fuck you mean? I tell them back up, cause I'm about to go off. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Do it, 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 cause I'm about to go off. I tell them back up, cause I'm about to go off. Tell me I ain't got no chance. I say screw it. I tell them back up, cause I'm about to go off. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Tell me I ain't got no chance. I say screw it. Looking at me funny like fuck you doing. Fuck you mean? I tell them back up, cause I'm about to go off. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Do it, 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 cause I'm about to go off. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Tell me I ain't got no chance. I say screw it. Ain't none. Ain't none. Screw it. Ain't none. But it. Ain't none. Ain't none to it but to do it. Tell me I ain't got no chance. I say screw it. Looking at me funny like fuck you doing. Fuck you mean? I tell them back up, cause I'm about to go off. I'm about to go off.
I like that. I like that. That was fun. That was very fun. I enjoy comedy. I would have hated to have been one of the people having to clean up that set. But yes. So it brings us to the end of a Thursday stream. So let me do a few announcements here. In 3 hours, we have Psychodrilla going live. I believe this is not a DJ set, but it is actually a presentation. So that is coming up in 3 hours. 6 hours from now, it looks like some guy from Maine will be providing a DJ set. Thursday night Technic DJ stream. Leave a little flame for Maine. And then heading on over to Rainoth is going live in 9 hours. Now, is it Rainoth or is it going to be the Drunken Rocky? Check in and find out. 9 hours from now. Ray Placement White Pill Thirst dot Stream Ballum. I think he's supposed to sound drunk, and that's why that is written that way. 24/7, of course. We've got Pastor Chatelet, Kekistan Pond, and I don't know if you guys know this, but American Citizen, Reverend Rant, has the Patriot Hangout. I believe if you scroll up just a bit, you will find a link. Now I have to put my glasses on because even after I cried my eyes out over that one article, somehow my corneas have completely dried up again. American Rant, Reverend Rant, has supplied a Jitsi link to his Jitsi for the, I believe it's for the Patriot Hangout, where Friendly Froggers is more related to the pond. We have American Rant Jitsi, as noted. I believe that ties into the Patriot Hangout.
Yes, if you want to go to the Patriot Hangout, it is on the American Rant 24 channel, which you will find if you type in at American Rant.
And there we go, guys. Savages, I hope you have enjoyed today's show. It's been a roller coaster, I must say. I look
On
forward...
a Thursday.
Pardon me?
On a Thursday.
On a Thursday.
Love. Sending hugs and loves.
God bless you all, and we will see you tomorrow morning. Get ready for the Friendly Fridays 45-1 actual Big Dick Energy Brigade radio show tomorrow. We'll see you then, savages.
Bye-bye.
Good talking with you, friends.
Right on.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you all as well. Here we go.